May I request the delegates to kindly keep their mobile phones switched off or on aeroplane mode or silent mode. और लोग हैं क्या अभी सब आ गए?
नहीं बाहर होंगे।
चलो बोलो किसी को और सुनो। बाहर जितने भी लोग हैं उनको हॉल में भेज दीजिए प्लीज़ प्लीज़ सबको भेज दो ऑल प्लीज़ रिक्वेस्ट करके सबको अंदर भेज दो, ठीक है? वहाँ सब रखा तो है। Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to acknowledge gracious presence of our Honorable Minister Raja Rao Indrajit Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Planning, Statistics and Program Implementation, Minister of State, Corporate Affairs, Government of India. We welcome you, sir.
We would like to again welcome the presence of our Honorable Minister, Raja Rao Indrajit Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Planning, Statistics and Program Implementation, Minister of State, Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Good morning, everyone. We will now request everyone to kindly rise for the lighting of lamp. May I also request all the dignitaries on the dais to join. It's okay. So this is a symbolic moment that signifies the dispelling of darkness and igniting of thought and enlightenment. The flame's upward movement, defying gravity, stands as a symbol of our quest for knowledge, upliftment, and the resolve to rise above all challenges. It stands as a testament to the power of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance. A heartfelt thanks to the Honorable Minister and our esteemed guest for this auspicious beginning. As the lamp's light continues to radiate throughout the day, let it remind us of our collective commitment to sustainable future. With this luminous start, we now officially declare the event open and proceed with our planned schedule. Honorable Shri Rao Indrajit Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, respected Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Respected Mr. Shombi Sharp, United Nations Resident Coordinator to India, respected Mr. Praveen Kumar, Director General and Chief Executive Officer, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, representatives from various government agencies, corporates, embassies, media, academia, civil society, etc., and distinguished guests and delegates, a very good morning to each one of you. IICA is an autonomous institution under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, and School of Business Environment is a specialized vertical within IICA which has mandate to work in the areas of ESG, corporate social responsibility, business and human rights, and other relevant aspects of responsible business conduct. I would like to quote our Honorable Prime Minister to highlight the importance of this conference, that is, India's growth is not only good for Indians, but also for the world. India's growth is clean and green growth being achieved with a human-centric approach. This has potentials to be replicated in other countries too. India's growth helps further the interest of the global South. India's growth helps bring a sense of reliability and resilience to the global supply chain. India's growth is for the global good. I would now invite respected Director General and Chief Executive Officer of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Shri Praveen Kumar, to deliver the welcome address. Sir is a 1987 batch IAS officer of Tamil Nadu cadre, retired as a Secretary, Skill Development, Government of India, and has joined IICA 2 years back. And under his able leadership, IICA has taken several strategic initiatives, including this national conference and exhibition. Sir.
Respected Honorable Minister of State for Corporate Affairs, Statistics and Planning and Program Implementation, Rao Indrajit Singh Ji, Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Mr. Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator to India, Dr. Garima Redich, Head, School of Business Environment, IICA, all panelists, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct, Embracing ESG in India. Reasonable business conduct has been part of the national discourse even from the ancient times. Chanakya's 7 pillars of organization are applicable to business even today. He believed at that time itself that business should be honest and ethical in their dealings. He talked of corruption in business and how to tackle it. If we come down to our independence movement, Gandhiji enunciated the principle of trusteeship. That is how businesses should function as trusts on behalf of common people. And we saw in the freedom movement a lot of businesses actively participating as part of the freedom movement, closely associated with the freedom fighters. And post-independence too, some individual businesses have been known to be functioning, keeping the benefit of society at large as an important principle of their operations. And this responsible conduct took a formal shape in the first and second decade of this century when the concept of CSR was formalized through a regulatory environment being brought in. This CSR concept soon transited into the conduct of responsible business, seen through the evolution of guidelines from national guidance on responsible business conduct to the business responsibility and sustainability reporting, BRSR. All these are basically based on the principles of ESG, which is the latest phenomena permeating business throughout the world. Even the SEBI prescribed BRSR reporting for top 1,000 companies is essentially based on the ESG principles. This is especially important today when businesses are expected not just to make profit, but to transit from becoming a profit-generating entities to becoming responsible corporate citizens of the world. It has found traction. Why? Because it has been backed by both investors, consumers, and communities. Consumers are ready to pay a premium for business for product from a responsible business. And communities like to see that the businesses are responsible businesses and not just focusing on profit. And so India also cannot remain isolated from this phenomena which is sweeping the world. IICA, as an unique institution of Government of India focusing on corporate areas, has taken a number of initiatives in this area, starting from giving technical support to the high-level committee on the CSR, assisting MCA in creating the national guidelines on responsible business conduct, which forms the basis for BRSR reporting, and also preparing the zero draft on the business and human rights. To popularize the BSR framework, IICA has conducted regional workshops where we saw enthusiastic participation from the industry, who are as curious, because no one knows much about it, curious on what animal is this ESG and BRSR. And perhaps the culminating thing was last year launch of the first 4-month advanced certificate course on ESG by IICA, with the objective of creating ESG professionals, which has proved to be so popular that within a year we had to start with the 3rd edition of that program. And with this program, we are creating a master network of ESG professionals, calling it a National Association of Impact Leaders, NAIL, something on the lines of what professional institutions like Chartered Accountants do for their professionals. Similar thing we are doing for this NAIL, the ESG professionals which we are having. This would form a ready resource for the industry to access ESG personnel if they want to access them. While we are doing this, we realize that ESG and responsible business in India is still to evolve into concrete action plan. A lot of amorphous ideas are there, but a concrete action plan is needed, which we need to address. So this resulted into this national workshop where all these such issues are to be deliberated. If you have seen the program plan, you can see all major issues have been taken up in various sessions, be it the ESG in supply chain, which is very important, especially for export business, sustainable finance, regulatory mechanisms, business human rights, measurement of responsible conduct, how to measure it, all have sessions dedicated on this. We have also organized an exhibition on ESG, which Honorable Minister thankfully inaugurated now, and a lot of new technologies we could see which address the ESG issues, apart from CSR initiatives, which has been taken by others. And I hope all participants will get inspired by various ESG initiatives which have been taken there, which has been showcased here. I am very thankful to the Honorable Minister for agreeing to inaugurate the conference and the exhibition, and I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to him. So your leadership has provided us the right impetus and motivation for the conference. My hearty welcome to Dr. Manoj Govil, who has led the department and IICA with vision, because of which we have been able to take various initiatives listed out by Dr. Garima in her speech. Thankful to Mr. Shombi Shah. UN has been a partner to us, and welcome all of you, sir, to this session, and you could make it in spite of your busy schedule. And a most heartful welcome to all the delegates who took the trouble for registering for this program and actually being present today. I hope all of you have 2 productive days here, which you will take back with value addition. Good morning and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Your words have encouraged all of us. May I now invite Dr. Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, to deliver a special address. Sir is a Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Sir is a 1991 batch IS officer of Madhya Pradesh cadre. Sir.
Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Shri Rao sir, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly honored to be a part of this today's National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct 2023, which has been organized by our premier think tank, the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Today and tomorrow, we will think about and discuss a topic not only for the business community, but for society at large. At the heart of this discussion is the question, what is the role of business? Is it merely to make profit for their owners or something more? How should the created wealth be used? The DG IICA has already said a few words about that this has been a question which has engaged the attention of ancient thinkers in ancient India as well as in modern India. What I would like to say here is that profit making and economic value creation, wealth generation is and must be one of the foremost roles for the corporate world. Without wealth creation, there is no distribution, there is no redistribution. We must focus on increasing the economic pie. At the same time, today businesses are judged not only by their financial performances, but also by the impact they have on the world around them. Not only the outside world, but how are they behaving with their own employees? What kind of a hiring structure do they have? What are they doing with the environment that is operating, for example, near their factories? This shift has underscored the significance of responsible business conduct and has led to incorporation of various ESG principles in the core of corporate strategies for many companies. Today's theme, Embracing ESG in India, is therefore not only a trend, but a social imperative. This theme holds a transformative power in shaping a prosperous and equitable future for all of us. This conference, we hope, would serve as a platform for generation of ideas, sharing of experiences and best practices. In this regard, the IICA has been in the forefront of advancing corporate governance, sustainability, and responsible business practices in various programs, initiatives that it has taken to help realize the vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas set forth by the government. Their initiatives, research endeavors, and capacity building programs have helped in empowering businesses to conduct their activities responsibly in compliance with the legal mandate and in a way that serves the greater common good for the society. India has taken many measures in this regard. One of the first important measure as far as the legal mandate is concerned is under the Companies Act 2013, which laid the groundwork for the companies to integrate the CSR into their operations. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs has taken many initiatives to encourage companies to integrate CSR into their core operations, emphasizing the significance of giving back to the society. I may mention here that every year in the last few years, the companies have been spending more than 25,000 crores on the various CSR initiatives, a bulk of it going into health and education. And it has been spread across all the states. Of course, in some states, the money spent is more. We are trying to encourage companies to also diversify and to focus, for example, more on aspirational districts and in areas which have not received that much attention from the corporate world. In this conference, we will again discuss various ideas about the national guidelines on responsible business conduct, the business responsibility and sustainability reporting, the environment, social and governance, ESG performance, the net zero commitments, various ideas and new obligations of business, new expectations from business will be discussed. I would also urge the participants that we also keep in mind the ease of doing business for the corporate world. We need to strike a balance. We need to increase the economic pie. We need to make it easier for businesses to function and operate. At the same time, we need to urge the businesses to take into account their corporate and social responsibilities in a more serious way. The professionals, the ESG professionals that the DG was speaking about can have this major role to integrate all these ideas into one broad platform, one broad framework. With these words, I extend my best wishes to all the participants. I would urge all of us to collectively use our experience, knowledge, and collective wisdom of this forum to arrive at actionable strategies for purposeful action in this area. We in the ministry will look forward to the deliberations in this conference, and we can draw upon some of them both while we draft new legislative guidelines or rules, as well as to encourage and urge the corporate world to take these ideas more seriously. So, thank you.
Sure. Please, can you increase the volume, please? Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening remarks. With this, without taking much time, may I now invite respected Shri Shombi Shah, United Nations Resident Coordinator to India, to deliver a special address. Mr. Shombi Shah is the UN Resident Coordinator for India since November 2021, brings over 25 years of experience in promoting inclusive and sustainable development.
Honorable Minister of State, Sri Rao Indrajit Singh, Dr. Manoj Kavil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Sri Praveen Kumar, Director General and CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Dr. Garima Dadic, Associate Professor and Head School of Business of Environment of IICA. Dear colleagues, Namaste. मुझे आप सबसे मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा. It's a privilege to join you all here today on behalf of the UN Secretary General, on behalf of the United Nations in India, and I wish to thank IICA and also my colleagues from UNICEF, and Cynthia, head of UNICEF, is here with us for bringing all of us together. I know also UNDP is a part of this story. Other UN agencies also are here. So if I may just start by saying, dear friends, as we know, if anybody who happens to turn on the television or open a newspaper, the world seems to be facing crisis wherever we look. And this North Star that we have as a global world community, the Sustainable Development Goals, our best hope for a peaceful and prosperous future, are dramatically off track. As the SDG Summit at the General Assembly in September, the stocktake on the halfway midpoint to 2030 showed us only 15% of global SDG targets are on track, as we've heard. And very worryingly, nearly a third have either come to a halt or actually rapidly in reverse. The world is hungrier than it's been in 2 decades. Nearly half of humanity is living in countries that are forced to pay more in debt servicing than they can invest in education and health. And gender equality remains hundreds of years away at current trends. Of course, also as the COP28 has just concluded in Dubai, we understand that we are, as the Secretary General says, staring down a climate abyss. Again, this year will be the hottest on record, and that's not just on record that's been measured, but estimated possibly to be the warmest in thousands of years. It's a rather chilling thought, no pun intended, to imagine that the heat we experience today, our children will look back and feel that those days must have been cold by comparison. Yet, we know what to do, and that's the good news. We have the SDGs, and the world reconfirmed the importance of the SDGs and, of course, of the Paris commitments to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And at COP28, thankfully, we also had the operationalization and funding of the Loss and Damage Fund to begin increasing the help and the support to communities, especially in the Global South, already paying a high price for the impact of climate, a problem to which they contributed the least to begin with. So this is the important moment for us to come together and fast forward our ambitions on the 2030 agenda. And we know that the private sector, businesses, are the engine not only of the economy, as was mentioned, you need wealth to redistribute, but absolutely critical for driving all of what will give us the Sustainable Development Goals. Here in India, for example, India has an incredible demographic dividend ahead now and for several decades. But it is up to business to provide jobs, decent jobs, for the nearly 1 million young people entering the market each and every day to reach the 5 trillion economy target in the midterm. And I think we see that there is increasing recognition. In fact, now it is mainstream, as has already been mentioned, that sustainability practices like net zero, like circularity, reusing, recycling, building that into the business model, the core business model, gender equality, inclusion of persons with disabilities, and on. These are all good business. These practices are leading to a more profitable enterprise. In fact, the World Bank has found that companies with good environmental and social performance literally outperform others, both in terms of equity and returns on investment. So sustainable development is the business model to unlock trillions of dollars of potential shareholder value and increase the number of new jobs, green jobs, decent jobs, by hundreds of millions. Achieving gender equality, for example, is estimated here in India to have a potential of adding $7 billion by 2025 if fully embraced. And according to Standard Chartered, if we look at, for example, the investments being made here by government in goal number 6, water and sanitation, 7, energy access, 9, sustainable industry, these could generate over $1 trillion in private sector investment opportunities in India. So, friends, I think it is very clear that sustainable development is the ultimate value creator for investors and for society. And here in a country as large and diverse as India, domestic private investment in the corporate sector play a critically important role for achieving the SDGs globally. The good news is that India, under government leadership, is building important new coalitions for development cooperation and mobilizing domestic resources and attracting international investments. Indian companies are on the cutting edge of clean energy, of climate-friendly technologies. Over something like $200 billion are now on the table from Indian private sector investors investing in renewable energy, for example, carbon neutrality, green hydrogen, solar, electric mobility, electric vehicles. My favorite sport, in a way, is to spot the blue auto rickshaws popping up all over the place, the electric ones. India's investment in game-changing digital public infrastructure has led to incredible advances in financial inclusion and a great example of public-private partnership coming together. India, as we now know, accounts for something like 40% of all digital financial transactions in the world each and every day. From not much at all, just a few years ago. Incredible advances. The Companies Act of 2013 was already mentioned, was also groundbreaking in terms of expanding the private sector's role and incentivizing the private sector to engage more in social spending and CSR spending, which has grown tremendously in the last 5 years and plus. So we look very much forward to MCA's lead together, for example, with UNICEF and supporting the BRSR non-financial disclosure reporting in India, and institutionalizing this practice more and more across thousands of listed companies. Yet there is still, as always, scope to do more. And that's why this conversation today and tomorrow is so vitally important. And that's why we continue to offer partnership opportunities. For example, the UN Global Compact, the world's largest corporate social responsibility initiative, with over 12,000 companies across 160 countries, and a very vibrant presence here in India as well. And I welcome and encourage anybody who's not a member of the Global Compact to join. The UN in India, the country team, our 26 entities have been engaged as a top priority with the private sector across a spectrum of partnerships that co-create joint value propositions around knowledge, technical expertise, cause-based campaigns, and more. And just to share, before I conclude, a couple of examples. And in fact, if you had the chance to tour the wonderful exhibition outside, some of these were highlighted. We saw UNICEF's investment in nutrition. We saw a wonderful partnership between Renew Energy, UN Environment Program, and SEVA, helping to bring women from the salt pan industry into the renewable industry, becoming solar engineers, and really a wonderful training facility in Gujarat and in the Rann of Kutch. We have the UNDP SDG finance facility and social bonds. UNESCO is working in the entertainment industry with Taj Hotel Group around sustainable and intangible cultural heritage for communities. We engage with Lakme Fashion Week on Circular Design Challenge, building sustainability into the fashion industry. We work with IICA, building sustainability into the film industry. We have ethical tea partnerships, working with Tata, with Starbucks Foundation, UNICEF, and UN Women, and many more. So I won't belabor further, but just to say that as we have launched this year our new UN Sustainable Cooperation Framework, our 5-year partnership offer co-created with India, with the government of India, that working with business is at the very heart of that. Because, and I conclude, the Secretary General said on his visit here, that India is the country that can make the SDGs a global reality, both because of global leadership. For example, we saw the very successful G20 presidency just concluded as a voice of the global South, and because of the achievements here domestically, where we estimate India is home to upwards of, even in some cases, 50% of global SDG targets. So as I often say, SDGs दुनिया में मुमकिन होंगी क्योंकि इंडिया में मुमकिन होंगी. आज की चर्चा अच्छी रहे. बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. May I now invite Honorable Rao Indrajit Singh, sir. Sir is the Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Sir is also the Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation and the Ministry of Planning. Sir is a Member of Parliament from Gurgaon constituency in Haryana and has been active in public service for over 4 decades. Requesting Sir to kindly deliver keynote address.
A little correction, I am not Minister of State Independent Charge for Corporate Affairs. I am Minister of State under Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman as the Junior Minister. Sarv Shri Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator, Shri Manoj Govil, Secretary MCA, Shri Praveen Kumar, DG and CEO IICA, Dr. Garima Dadichi, other dignitaries, invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here in this National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct, which is being organized by the School of Business Environment of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. All the important high-level panels in this conference are thoughtfully designed to embrace environmental social governance in India. I'm very happy and motivated to see the aspiring initiatives by companies outside as displayed in the exhibition on ESG best practices. The Indian government has launched many activities and initiatives to promote a conducive environment for ease of doing business and adopting responsible business conduct. Our Ministry of Corporate Affairs has launched national guidelines on responsible business conduct, which is a landmark document in the history of responsible businesses, not only in India, but is recognized as a base document throughout the world. SEBI has also developed business responsibility and sustainability reporting based on NGRBC and mandated that these be mandated on the top 1,000 listed companies in India. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs, while anticipating changes in the global business landscape, has spearheaded the movement towards sustainable businesses by making timely and effective interventions. I am happy to share that India was the first country in the world to mandate corporate social responsibility in 2014. And this, in turn, has motivated the businesses to be responsible and considerate towards the society and environment in which they function. It is with pride that I can suggest that the CSR performance of the Indian businesses has been exemplary, with companies setting benchmarks for global businesses. As reported in the National CSR Data Portal, despite COVID pandemic, CSR expenditure increased from 20,217 crores in 2018-19 to 25,932 crores in 21-22. India is the world's third largest emitter of greenhouse gases and a signatory to the Paris Agreement that aims to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, preferably to 1.5 degrees Celsius, compared to pre-industrial levels. At COP26, Prime Minister Modi announced that by 2030, India will reduce carbon intensity of its economy by more than 45% and meet 50% of its energy requirements from renewable energy by 2030. Cut India's total projected carbon emission by 1 billion tons by 2030 on the road to become carbon neutral by 2070, while, as per the United Nations, it is going to be the most populous country by 2028. Indian companies stand to lose 7.14 lakh crores to the impact of climate change if they do not take mitigation measures over the next 5 years, according to the Carbon Disclosure Project's 2020 annual report. While the Indian government has set a target to make India a $5 trillion company by 2025, to meet its goals of net zero emissions by 2070, India will need close to $100 trillion, according to a study. Though some major companies like Reliance, Tata, Mahindra and Mahindra, etc., have agreed to go carbon neutral by 2030 or so, to achieve such environmental goals, the need of the support of companies beyond these big giants seems inevitable. The G20 declaration, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, has given a clarion call for a greater push to sustainable finance, climate change mitigation, and greener and more inclusive development. I am glad to see that this conference and exhibition has taken this momentum forward, with dedicated high-level panels deliberating on these issues of utmost importance for our country, which remains steadfast in its intent to harness the tides of transition. It has been noted that the CSR expenditure on the environmental-related activities under Schedule 7 of the Companies Act has been about 6 to 9% of total CSR expenditure. We need to promote the expenditure on protection of environment, ecology and biodiversity, mitigating climate change-related effects, achieving net zero targets through strategic CSR initiatives, etc. Corporates should aspire to achieve the target of minimum 20% of total eligible CSR on environment-related projects within the purview of the Companies Act 2013, so that the pressing issue of climate change, natural disasters, scarcity of resources may be addressed in a required way to sustain human life on the planet. Our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has committed to leading this transition. Improvement in the ease of doing business has been the key priority of our government over the last several years. With the enactment of the Jan Vishwas Amendment of Provisions Act 2023, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs has portrayed that we remain steadfast on the ease of doing business norms and reforms path. With an unprecedented policy focus on rationalization, simplification, digitization of regulatory compliances and procedures, and decriminalization of compliances. I have seen that the business in adjoining areas of Delhi, Manesa, Gurgaon, Rewari, Dharwera, etc., which incidentally also fall as a part of my constituency, have been productively pursuing a responsible business trajectory with representatives of many such companies exhibiting their ESG success stories in the exhibition displayed as part of this conference. Such initiatives help in motivating and providing a platform to those businesses adopting responsible conduct to demonstrate their best practices and leading to create a momentum for embracing ESG in India. I am told that these best practices will be documented and published in the form of a compendium for further circulation and research. I am glad that over the next 2 days, the conference will serve as a platform to share insights, best practices, and innovative solutions that can propel us towards a future where responsible business conduct is not an exception, but the norm. It is an opportunity for collaboration, learning, and collective action as we strive to create a business environment that contributes positively to sustainable development. I encourage all participants to actively engage in the discussions, share their experiences, and forge meaningful connections. Let us collectively explore how we can enhance corporate responsibility, aligning our business practices with the values of integrity, inclusivity, and environmental stewardship. I reaffirm that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs remain steadfast in facilitating businesses at every stage in their transition journey. Thank you, and I wish all of you a productive and enlightening conference. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for your such an detailed, enlightening address with the facts. May I now request Honorable Minister to kindly release the book Demystifying ESG. Thank you very much, sir. Indian CSR, as formalized by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, is a true tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and its trusteeship principle. And with that, we also feel privileged that the birth anniversary of Mahatma Gandhi, 2nd October, is declared as a IICA CSR Day. And we will be having an annual event every year on that particular day. May I now request respected Director General and CEO Shri Praveen Kumar sir to felicitate Honorable Minister with a shawl and memento as a token of remembrance. May I also request DG sir to also felicitate Shri Manoj Govil, Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. May I request sir to kindly felicitate Shri Shombi Sharp, UN Resident Coordinator. With that, I will take the honor to also felicitate our Director General and CEO, sir. Sir, please. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the part 1 of the inaugural, and I would now like to deliver a vote of thanks to conclude this inaugural session. I would like to express the heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Minister Shri Rao Indrajit Singh for sparing time from his busy schedule to be here to inaugurate this national conference on responsible business conduct and an exhibition on embracing ESG in India, and sharing his valuable insights on the critical issues of responsible business conduct. Sir, your presence adds significantly to this program. Your visionary leadership has set a benchmark for others to follow, and we are truly grateful for your unwavering support towards promoting responsible business conduct. Also, as we convene for this national conference, we acknowledge and express our gratitude to Dr. Manoj Govilji for his relentless efforts in steering the ship of Ministry of Corporate Affairs towards a more responsible and sustainable business landscape. Our sincere gratitude goes out to the United Nations country resident in India, Mr. Shombi Shah, for his unwavering support and participation in this significant event. The United Nations plays a pivotal role in championing global initiatives for sustainable development, and his presence at this conference underscores the importance of collaborative efforts in embracing responsible business conduct in India. I would also like to thank Shri Praveen Kumar, Director General and CEO IICA, for his valuable insights and being a guiding lamp throughout this journey. As we embark on this journey of knowledge exchange, collaboration, and inspiration over the course of the conference, We remain grateful for the guidance and insight shared by our Honorable Chief Guest. Sir, your words have ignited a sense of purpose and commitment in all of us, and we are inspired to strive for a business environment that prioritizes responsibility and sustainability. Once again, thank you, Honorable Minister, for your presence and for your invaluable contribution to the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct and exhibition on embracing ESG in India. Thank you very much.
I'd request all the guests to remain seated, and the delegates are also requested to remain seated as we will be initiating the second half of the inaugural session. In order to proceed with the inaugural session, I would take this opportunity to invite the distinguished guests on the stage to proceed with the special addresses. I would request for a big round of applause for Ms. Cynthia, UNICEF Country Representative, India. Dr. Tina, Director, International Justice Mission. Mr. Pradeep Narayan, Director, Partners in Change. Dr. Nidhi Tandir, Vice President, Global CSR, HCL Tech and Director, HCL Foundation. Mr. Ram Chauhan, Director, B Vocal Technologies Private Limited. I kindly request distinguished guests to be on the stage. Thank you. I request a big round of applause to welcome our distinguished guests for the special addresses. I kindly request Ma'am Cynthia to please give us a special address. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite you to deliver the special address. Thank you.
To the dignitaries on the dais, to the previous august panel, especially to the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, namaskar. I thought that I would pose and answer a few questions. And the first is, what is UNICEF? Knowing that many or most of you in the room know that UNICEF is the UN Children's Fund. At the same time, I want to make sure when you leave and you go back and people ever ask you, what is UNICEF? UNICEF has been a partner of the government of India for 74 years, learning with and from India for 74 years. We have presence working with partners in government at state and national level, with civil society, with the private sector in almost every state in India, working with them for children. And over those years, this is a word that I use very purposefully, we have innovated for children. Often you may hear the United Nations and think, how does an institute like the UN innovate? But when we were first in India, and nutrition was such an important, intractable issue, Amul was born through brainstorming together across sectors, and the White Revolution and nutrition for children became an important part of India's fabric. Has anyone here ever seen or heard of the Mark II hand pump? That was a creation again, from brainstorming across experts in engineering with the World Health Organization and UNICEF in 1972. And it has become, as Professor Dadich noted, something that was for India but has been a gift for the rest of the world. So that is what UNICEF is. It's an important history. Today, building on that innovation, UNICEF, with the government of India, created the Merry Life app. That was inspired by the Prime Minister's Mission Life. And it is an application that we have worked with the government to spread across every school in India so that young people can get on a platform, share ideas and tools and actions for being pro-planet. That app has reached 100,000 people across India. So that is innovating for children across partnerships, and that is what UNICEF is, learning with and from India. The second question is, if I were you or any of your colleagues across the private sector, why is the United Nations or why is UNICEF here? One reason is because we're very proud of and grateful for the partnership with IICA. But another is because there are almost 2 billion children in the world today. The largest number of children and young people live in India. 460 million children live in India. Today, 122 million children in India in 1st through 5th class went to school today. Any good business person would say, that's a big number. I want to target that number. I want that audience. How do I talk to those 460 million young people and help them to be ready to work for me, buy from me, be good citizens for my country? So that's what UNICEF brings. That's why we're here, because we look at those 460 million young Indians and we know that we need to reach them and determine how to make sure they are growing up in a healthy environment, a clean environment, a green environment, so that they can be nutritious, so that they can be ready to learn and ready to earn, ready to buy. So that's why we're here, because of Mr. Govil's point about the imperative of good business and being good for society, because it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. When we have strong young people, they grow to be strong, young, productive adults. My third question is, how in the world do we achieve this? How do we look at these young children and determine how to make sure that they achieve their right to have a healthy life, achieve their right to a quality education, and then become important members of India's and the global society? I would pick up on Shombi Sharp, our resident coordinator, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Those goals are measurable, they're globally and universally adhered to and agreed to, and the G20 that India hosted gave new energy to those Sustainable Development Goals, that the world needs to come around those goals because we've agreed to them and we've put resources from across all sectors. It's the public sector, but the private sector has bought into them. Civil society is working toward them. So one is that we take that energy from the G20 and we continue to invest and we reach those goals. I get a little nervous. The UN will often talk about how far behind we are. We need to accelerate. Sustainable Development Goal number 4, education. Quality education for every child. If we don't speed up our efforts, in 2030, 84 million children will still be out of school, not in any classroom anytime in their lives. At the same time, we are increasing slowly entry and retention into primary and secondary school. So we do have progress, and we can invest in it and make sure that those goals are reached. The second is accessible, practical capacity building. UNICEF is proud that just a couple of years ago we introduced, with the help and support from IICA, an e-course on ESG. That provides information and tools that we get out in a practical way. The third thing that we can do, how do we achieve this, is that we work together and support partners and partnerships. The government of India has incredible schemes. Swachh Bharat is an example of coming together. UNICEF worked with the government of India across the nation to look at how we would roll out Swachh Bharat. And that means that we address basic sanitation, and at the same time, we're addressing how do we make sure that we have strong hygiene for health, which leads to nutrition, which leads to good learning. Fourth is we were lucky that the Honorable Minister was traveling through the different booths and stopped at Impact for Nutrition and was able to see how when we come together and look at what we need to build on the front lines across private sector, public sector, but at the community level, we can achieve nutrition. So UNICEF is proud to be working with the government Ministry of Women and Child Development, but across India to strengthen those frontline workers, the Angawadi worker. Because in order to reach children, you have to be where children are. And so Impact for Nutrition, I encourage you to go stop by if you haven't yet to see how we can invest with practical tools and also investing in community. Then I would leave you with the final way to make sure that we make progress is investing with young people themselves. Children are not innocent bystanders waiting for us to come up with solutions. In fact, UNICEF has what we call U-Report, and it was created by a UNICEF staff member who grew up here in India, worked in the India country office, and then became one of UNICEF's greatest prides working around the world for children. And he invented U-Report, which enables UNICEF to send messages to millions of young people and ask them, what's on your mind today? What solution do you have? Whenever we ask what is top of your mind, for the last 4 or 5 years, the number one answer that young people come back with, I'm most concerned that I will have a sustainable livelihood. I want to work, I want to contribute. They want the skills. So how do we engage with young people? UNICEF for COP28 worked with the government and with the local conference of youth, LCOY, to work. We had 130 Indians across India come up with a manifesto around the environment. What are the issues? What are the actions we can take? And UNICEF worked with the government of India to send 4 of those youth to Dubai. And on December 8th, they presented what Indian youth think and say and want to do for the environment. So that's engaging with young people to bring them to the table. So my final question would be, where? And this is a question for you to answer the next time you're at a budget meeting, the next time you sit around and you come up with guidelines, the next time you're at a policy discussion and you're advising leaders on how to make a policy and guidelines. I'd like you to ask, where are the children? Where are the young people? And what's the impact that we're going to have on them? Where's UNICEF to give us the information and the ideas about how what we're about to decide, how we're about to spend our money is going to impact children? Thank you, and I look forward to the discussions that you'll have and answering those who, what, where, why. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for an enlightening address, and it's a privilege to have you amongst us, ma'am. I would request Dr. Tina, Director of International Justice Mission, to deliver her special address. Please, ma'am. Warm welcome.
आप सबको इंटरनेशनल जस्टिस मिशन की ओर से हमारा नमस्कार एंड आई वांट टू थैंक IICA, School of Business Environment and Ministry of Corporate Affairs for giving us this opportunity to gather together with you. Madam Cynthia, it was a pleasure to hear some very, very innovative ways in which UNICEF has made voices of children heard with the support of local organizations and the government. Even as I have the opportunity to speak on behalf of International Justice Mission, I don't want to talk so much about our work. We are mostly an organization that supports local civil society organizations that work with the government to identify cases of labor exploitation. That is not the core of the address we want to make here today. Today we want to felicitate the normative framework, the initiatives taken on responsible business conduct, which spells a lot of hope for us and millions in this country. I want to start off with the words of our own Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi when he was issuing the national guiding principles on responsible business conduct. He said, quote, "Business has primarily been seen as wealth creators for their shareholders, but it has the potential to go beyond that and induce inclusive socio-economic transformation. The NGBRC is to be seen as, quote, a pursuit of welfare for all, where the benefits of good governance reach everyone," unquote. And you will see that these very words were echoed by the esteemed dignitaries on the dais in the inaugural function, both by Shri Govil, by the DG IICA, and even the minister. And we believe that even as we get into these discussions, the normative framework, the leadership that India is taking on responsible business conduct, together with the framework created internationally by the UN, by the SDGs, by the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, all of these will help hopefully anchor our discussions in the next 2 days. The UN guiding principles on business and human rights, one of the most widely endorsed initiatives across the world, calls on both the state and businesses to identify, prevent, mitigate, and remedy actual and potential human rights abuses. We believe the SDGs, despite the comment made by Shri Shombi Sharp that we may be off track on the SDGs, but they, together with the UNGPs, are giving us a roadmap for how all relevant stakeholders can contribute towards the 2030 agenda and SDGs. I think it's very, very relevant that all the dignitaries on the dais in the previous inaugural session said that there is a certain context, a historical juncture where India is in terms of both the demographic dividend that we see a great potential in our youthful labor force. India is rising in the Committee of Nations, and so I want to pose some questions, much like Ms. Cynthia did, but more at the level of thinking. What are the interconnections we are seeing between good governance that Shri Modi mentioned on the NGBRCs, rule of law, businesses, and human rights? Now, if we had a debate competition on this, we would say, oh, this came first and this should come later. And it would be a chicken and egg debate. I really don't want to get there. I don't have a position on which should be a priority. But I think the national guidelines on responsible business conduct issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, it helps us understand what the interconnections are. For example, across principles, it says the state has a duty to protect human rights. It says that businesses have the freedom to operate, but within the purview of the existing legal regulations, especially protecting the well-being and safety of all employees, together with the fact that there is a commitment to the environment and so on and so forth. So from the NGBRCs, we can also see that as was highlighted by the dignitaries in the previous session, that we are constantly evolving in our approach on responsible business conduct. We are seeing that there is a significant commitment on CSR activities, and that is laudable in varied sectors, whether it's health, education, or environment. But there's something beyond that the business and human rights language in these guidelines are asking both the state and the businesses to look at. The fact that effective remedial mechanisms need to be in place, the fact that it says there are certain vulnerable and marginalized groups that need to be particularly protected. These are things that we need to think through. And it goes on to define, the NGBRCs go on to define who are these vulnerable and marginalized groups. It includes women and children, for example. It includes members of scheduled castes and scheduled tribe. and it includes workers, just the general daily workers you see in the unorganized sector. Principle 3 of the NGBRC calls businesses to respect and promote the well-being of all employees, and I think this is something significant. When it talks about employees, it just doesn't talk about those who are direct employees, but it mentions those who are in casual employment. It mentions those who may be directly or indirectly recruited even through a contractor. I agree that it's not going to be easy to have responsible conduct flowing through a very diffused tier of labor and people working in India, but it is there in the guidelines, and hopefully, just like we have evolved on issues of environment and governance, at some point we will have some commitments on these issues. The payment of statutory wages, not to engage in involuntary labor. I think that's significant, given the fact that labor exploitation is something that makes for an uneasy discussion in many forums. Involuntary labor is defined in the NGBRC as all work or services that are extracted with the menace of penalty and includes forced labor, bonded labor. You can see from these guidelines that there are three main actors that can shape a responsible business environment. Operating from ESG framework, we submit that along with a focus on environment and governance, the social responsibility of businesses is critical. I want to recall the words of Jamsetji Tata when he was talking about the impact of communities on people and society as a whole. He said, in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder. In fact, the very purpose of its existence. Without this balance of interest, we can end up giving with one and taking back with another. In this context, IGM extends its support to businesses and governments to build safe and decent workplaces, keeping with our commitments in SDG 8 and 16. We believe that these goals are impossible for us to achieve without government vision and leadership by key ministries that have the mandate to promote well-being of labor, that have the mandate to play a proactive role in building safe and resilient communities, and even from a business perspective, those that have the mandate to regulate businesses like the MCA and the micro, small, and medium enterprises. We agree that businesses need incentives and opportunities to operate from the government. Experience over time has shown us that businesses prefer there is predictability of rules. They prefer ease of operations for setting up their activities. We are surrounded by economic models where economic growth is possible if you don't really look too much in terms of labor rights oversight. I would like to submit here that it is not really unclear in a globalized world whether such an economic model that does not consider the well-being and safety of its employees is sustainable. While extractive industries like oil or mineral may move to geographies where they can extract the resources, it is perhaps different for those who are in the manufacturing sector, where companies are looking for labor supply and a conducive business environment. How businesses and government can get together and with civil society as a partner to rethink the system that we have in place, a whole ecosystem that can promote better investor confidence, better stakeholder confidence is something I hope these discussions today and tomorrow will be able to throw light on. Another cause for pause for us is to think in terms of the national dynamics of growth that we are having in India. Why is it that with so many millions of workers in the unorganized sector, 90% of whom are in the informal sector, contributing significantly to our GDP, why is it that we still have regional imbalances in our growth? Why is it that there are certain corridors in India which are considered safer for migration than others? And we really need to think through where is the place for labor as the most important factor of production. Government leadership, we believe, in this area is a commitment to creating a level playing field for employment and eliminating crimes related to bonded labor, child labor, whether it is in big business or MSMEs. We understand that sometimes coming together and agreeing what is a contemporary challenge and what is a workable win-win solution is not easy. But it does not need to be a zero-sum game. As long as we are committed to sustained dialogue and collaboration, we believe we can have some wins. IGM has worked over 25 years in different regions of the world, in Africa, in Asia Pacific, in South Asia, in Latin America. And we can vouch for the fact that when governments act, they act with scalable interventions. And if sharing of benefits is a priority with the whole society, it is possible to create a responsible business environment. Human trafficking is becoming a material concern in global supply chains. Human trafficking is, going by government data, a reality in India. It has forced labor elements. There is a lot of interstate dynamics to bonded labor, forced labor in India, which requires a lot of collaboration and creative thinking. We submit that when we look at cases, we don't just do a pushback, but we look at the human dimension of these cases. These cases are not just about non-payment of wages or wage theft. These cases are not just about very, very long hours of work or lack of facilities such as creches or canteens. They are parts of the problem and they need to be resolved within legal requirements. But these cases are also cases where people are run hard to reap profits at the cost of their own health, their well-being, and the well-being of their families. For women, these lines blur in terms of being unfairly treated, not being paid for the work they do, and additionally also facing harassment at the workplace. So we submit that our hope is through this national conference, we will look at a spectrum of options possible for businesses and governments to ensure that their investments and reputations are protected. We believe that there are experts within this very room who can input into this process, whether it is from the perspective of due diligence, risk assessment, and also inputting into the kind of infrastructure that is required, whether it is in digital, physical, or policy formats. We also need knowledge sharing to happen on what fair recruitment practices can look like. I want to end by saying that the future of India is intrinsically tied to the future of work and the way we treat the millions of our workers who form the backbone of multiple sectors in India. I believe the challenges are seen by many of us from our varied vantage points. We see the problem in many different ways, and that is not a problem. We also see solutions from many different ways, and that also should not be a problem as long as we continue to converse and we share from our varied strengths, experiences, resources. We express our commitment finally to the potential of scalable initiatives with the government for responsible business conduct and offer our heartfelt support to learn, consult, and partner with all relevant stakeholders in these efforts. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you for an inspiring and an enlightening address, ma'am. I would request Dr. Nidhi Pandit, Vice President Global CSR at HCL Tech and Director at HCL Foundation, to kindly deliver her special address. Very warm welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much for inviting us here, and all dignitaries, respected dignitaries on the dais and off dais. I can see the room is full of experience, and let me congratulate Dr. Kumar and Dr. Garima Dadij here for bringing together such amazing pool of stakeholders, and a big round of applause for them, well deserved. I think this has been so well put together with the right stakeholders, young people in mind. I think ESG, and I'm coming from COP, and from COP I flew directly to Michong cyclone where we are already expediting relief. And I would give you a bit of practical, aspects of the larger ESG and the CSR framework. But let me first say who we are. I am representing HCL Tech from HCL Group, which is a technology company. If any one of you has ever booked railway tickets, plane tickets, done banking, shopping, used digital technology, we are a part of your life already. Very happy to say that we are represented in more than 60 countries now, a global company with 250,000 people, young techies, 60% of Gen Zs who work with us. But Bharat is Karmbhumi and Bharat is Janbhumi, so it's a pleasure to be representing the group here in this August gathering. We just rephrased our brand, and I would like to just say that how we introduce ourselves now. We bring together HCL Tech, we bring together the best of technology and our people to supercharge progress responsibly for all. So very well aligned with the responsible business code of conduct here, and I must draw the attention as I represent the CSR arm, which is HCL Foundation in India and the global CSR, that what role larger CSR has and how ESG and CSR complement each other, but should never replace each other. I would rather want to say that categorically, that whereas CSR gives us that absolutely amazing opportunity to look outwards, to work with the communities and then grow inwards, ESG is that comprehensive framework which gives us, I would say it's a beautiful framework that brings together ethics, that brings together the human rights, the environmental rights, the rights of every living being and natural resources. And centrally, if we have that ethical framework, I don't think we can ever go wrong. Just to give you some statistics, and I think that's also the expectation, that what is it that we do as a big corporate, and how do we really implement it? I'm joined by my team here, and the stall is on should you want to learn. But I think as practitioners, the biggest challenge is that how do you really operationalize the whole thing? Lots is being said, lots is being, matrices are there and materiality analysis and so on and so forth. But what is it that you do on ground? How do you really even get across to your vendors, your clients, your partners? And that's where I think the core competency of a highly professionally qualified team, which at HCL we've been able to hire. We have 400 plus people working just on CSR agenda. There is a separate ESG team that reports into the board. So one conscious decision we have taken at a governance level is that we've not clubbed the two. There is a separate professionally qualified CSR team and there is a professional ESG team. And I think that really helps us while to keep the, I would say, the boundaries that need to exist, but how do you complement? So the code of business conduct and ethics is a compass guiding towards transparent and accountable future. That's kind of, I would say, a futuristic statement. What we have done is we've already said that by 2040 we will be net zero. We've already I would say, remarkable 12% increase in use of renewable energy we've already accounted for ever since we started on the agenda. But I'm very, very proud to say that we have harvested 57 billion liters of surface water runoff already, and which actually makes us 20 times water positive of the water that we use in India. And this, again, I'm saying statistics and measurability is so critical, so important that unless we measure, nothing will be done. And that is what I think this professional team that works behind the scenes. As I speak, there are almost 100 people, CSR professionals, responding to the Michong cyclone, joined by more than, I would say, another 300-400 volunteers which would join. So to add to the statistics is 100,000 volunteering hours is what we clock per year on various CSR initiatives where techies come out to the communities, to slums, work very closely with young people, geriatric population, and so on. And what happens with this volunteerism is that the character of the company completely changes. It becomes so central. It becomes a part of the DNA. And I think that is where such huge, we are a huge IT giant, and at times when I, sit as wearing this hat of global CSR head, everybody looks up to you, and at times you really find yourself in very challenging position because they want to operationalize it, but that how has to come from us. That how part is where, and one feels so responsible that if we are not able to give that right how, so many billable hours of our people will just go away, which are meant for technological transformation, which is also aiding in one way or the other. If you look at the carbon footprints and how technology has been able to significantly reduce the carbon footprints, you will be amazed. Look at how we get on calls, otherwise that was travels. I mean, it is in all our lives. I mean, going to banks, standing in queues, wasting so much paper. Technology anyways aids, but then what more can we do, and how we do that always remains a challenge. But we remain on that journey. We do neighborhood CSR, and we take that quite seriously. We map the water bodies, we map the wasteland. We have afforested millions and millions of saplings with 90% plus survival rate. Today there are urban forests, and I'm so happy to report that I speak here. Our case study on biodiversity, ecological biodiversity conservation is currently being presented at the British Society for Ecology in Ireland, and that is one of our afforestation projects which we started just thinking that how do we really bring back the native biodiversity in wastelands of Noida, Gautam Budh Nagar, just immediately close to our campus. When we started, ESG framework was nowhere in the picture. It was not even a talk of the town. It was our concern about the local air quality and the land quality and degradation of biodiversity. Why I'm mentioning the word biodiversity again and again, and this was something at COP also, that if we make the ESG matrices very plastic, if we make them very inhuman, if they make them something which we can't touch and feel, the matrix will fail, friends. It will surely fail, because it is something, unless young people, unless communities see a merit in it, they see that, okay, it is possible to build back, it is possible to bring back. Water is so central. We really need to have conversations and with communities which are impacted both directly and indirectly, and make the touch and feel factor come back. And that is the power that CSR has. That is the power that development professionals have to go out and make that behavioral science come back. And that's where I think this culmination is very important. To give you a few more pieces of statistics, we often, when we talk about ESG, we remain focused on environment, but social is a very big part of it, and diversity and inclusion play a very critical role. I wouldn't shy away in saying that until recently, till the matrix was applied, perhaps many corporates were not looking at the participation of women in the leadership roles, but now that has become a serious business. We already have close to 30% of our board which has women representation. And the involvement of people, and it's already 40% plus women in the workforce starting at all levels, which is a very, very big achievement, a leap achievement within very few years, and a huge participation of people living with disabilities, and we are working more and more towards it. Again, I think scales keep measuring us from gold to platinum. I think those are external exercises, and how do you put out your data is also something that we as professionals need to master the art. So while we are working, I think one of the clear requirements of ESG is know what you are working on and measure it and document it and put it out in the public domain, because we also realized that we had been working on many things for 10 years. Since the data was not in public domain, we were not being noticed. So very honest submission to all of us here, and the one reason this conference is also here for us to gather knowledge that how do we do that. I think it's a very august gathering of highly experienced people. I've said that. I would once again congratulate the organizers and very happy to see such a wide range of stakeholders come together. It would be a pleasure to see the outcomes of this conference and meet many of you at different forums. With that, let me conclude, and congratulations once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for the special address. I would like to request Mr. Pradeep Narayan, Director, Partners in Change, to deliver his special address. Very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you. So as Partners in Change, I think we have been, it's like a 28-year-old organization working on promoting business and human rights. And I remember I have three messages. One is about celebration, and the second one is about, challenge, and the third is the opportunity. A decade ago, I think a handful of people here came together, and somewhere we tried to build some kind of effort in bringing the groups together to work on these areas of responsible business conduct. And it's a matter of celebration. I congratulate IICA, especially Ravi and Garima, for this effort to create a community which has put India in a very heat map of responsible business conduct. And this is the kind of a dream for many of us, like Viraf, Tom, Amita, Joseph, Anand, Rijit, Vasanti, Shankar, and many of us who wanted to, we dreamt about this thing a decade ago. I also want to congratulate SEBI for creating a massive database in public domain of around 1,000 companies reporting on 140 questions and all the data in public domain. This is an example of democratization of the business information, which I would like to congratulate. At the same time, I also want to put a challenge, which is I think, which has been stated quite often here, which is Global South is paying the price for Global North's abuse of environment over the last century. And we are all now talking about just transition. And we have been analyzing business responsibility reports since 2013. And what we need to see is how to ensure that this transition happens inspired by social justice. Because we know what is happening is a lot of investment which is supposed to be done by Global North is being borne by Global South. And what is supposed to be borne by the big companies, etc., is being borne at the MSME level. A lot of MSMEs are struggling. And in this analysis, in this very current analysis, we saw almost like the 1,000 companies received complaints from various stakeholders, like from investors, 78,000 investors, 1.27 lakh MSMEs, 9.7 lakh consumers, 2.2 lakh workers, 1.26 lakh community members who have various kinds of complaints. And what is good is these companies have reported about it and they are addressing some of the issues. And opportunity, which I feel is about the fact that there is an opportunity here with India as a Global South member is also engaging with the Global North hegemony on trade and development. The USA was a Global South colony 3 centuries ago. Japan was a Global South member a century ago. South Korea and Singapore were probably a Global South member 3 decades ago. Their history of growing into the Global North Club is also the history of exploiting people and planet. It was led by businesses. Today we have an opportunity to grow responsibly. The right side of our brain is telling us to become part of the Global North, just like these countries. But the left side of our brain is asking us to collectivize Global South and build a culture of responsible business conduct, which would help every resident of this world to get out of poverty, patriarchy, racism, and casteism. We have the opportunity today to discuss about these things in the next 2 days. Thank you so much, and my congratulations to IICA.
Thank you, sir, for your special address. I'd like to request Mr. Ram Chauhan, Director, Be Vocal Technologies Private Limited, to deliver his special address. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar. I think we are running out of time, and I would like to thank IICA, MCA, all the officials, Garima and Ravi to arrange this beautiful conference. Coming to point is, जो हमारा ये प्रोग्राम है, let's come to Hindi only. What is Be Vocal? I present Be Vocal, and Nidhi is from corporate. And I am also from corporate. So what we do in Be Vocal is ESG. We have created a framework for employee in the corporate. We are building a culture, how we can build a culture for this environment, how we can make it better in the corporate culture, and how we can amplify to make and implement at that ground level. So what we have done is, we have an employee engagement program जो हमने implement किया है, जिसमें सभी प्रोग्राम्स हम डाल सकते हैं जो हमारे SDGs गोल को कवर करते हैं. So I would like to play one short video which will help to understand what we do. Yeah, please.
Millions of NGOs in our country have been helping the underprivileged, however, unable to find enough resources. Thousands of companies through their CSR wants to help on social causes. However, they are struggling to find right NGOs to support. Wait is over. Presenting Be Vocal, social platform for social sector. Unique benefits of Be Vocal platform. Quality partnerships between NGO and corporates. Effective employee volunteering. Stay connected and stay updated with the social sector community, and many more. Sign up now and be a part of futuristic social tech platform. Be Vocal. Be Vocal by Guinea.
That is the program which we can use for the ESG. Thank you.
Thank you for your special address, sir. I'd request Madam Garima Dadi to join us on the stage to facilitate our distinguished guest. I'd request the team, organizing team, to please bring us the mementos for the felicitation ceremony. Ms. Cynthia, UNICEF Country Representative, India. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. A very loud applause, please. Dr. Tina, Director, International Justice Mission. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Dr. Nidhi Pandit, Vice President, Global CSR at HCL Tech and Director at HCL Foundation. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence. Mr. Pradeep Narayan, Director, Partners in Change. Thank you, sir, for your august presence. Mr. Ram Chauhan, Director, Be Vocal Technology Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the special addresses. We special thanks to our partners, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Niti Aayog, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ministry of Medium Small and Micro Enterprises, Department of Public Enterprises, UNICEF, International Justice Mission, Partners in Change, HCL Foundation, UNDP, and Be Vocal, and our exhibitors who have played a pivotal role in making this event possible. I'd like to request Madam Dadich to please set the agenda for the next panel, the high-level panel. 1. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you very much, Shivangi. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you that the first high-level panel, which is a dialogue with impact leaders, is one of the extremely important discussion on responsible governance from rights to duties. And this will unravel intricacies of responsible governance where the lens shifts from rights to duties. The session on responsible governance addressed the evolving landscape of business conduct in India, emphasizing the transformative power of ethical and sustainable practices. Objectives include highlighting key pillars like ethical business practices, sustainability, corporate social responsibility, stressing business responsibility for transparent practices, championing sustainable initiatives, and recognizing their duty to society. The session aims to encourage dialogue and knowledge sharing for greater awareness and action in fostering responsible governance in the corporate sector. We have a remarkable session journey ahead, filled with insights and discussions that will illuminate the path towards a more responsible and equitable future. Allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists, individuals who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table, contributing to our exploration of responsible governance. Shri Saurabh Garg, Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Sir, kindly be on dais. Sir is an IAS officer of the 1991 batch of the Odisha cadre. Sir is the Secretary, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Government of India. He was earlier for the CEO of Unique Identification Authority of India, and he implemented the upgradation of the technology stack of Aadhaar. We have with us Madam Nainalal Kidwai. Madam is a well-known international personality, ESG specialist, ex-CEO, and the country head of HSBC India. Welcome, ma'am. We also have with us Ms. Anita Shah Akela, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Madam is a distinguished professional currently serving as Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and the CEO of Investor Education and the Protection Fund. We have with us Ms. Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and the Chair Sustainability Renew. Ms. Sinha is co-founder of Renew, which is a leading decarbonization solutions company listed on NASDAQ under the ticker RNW. We have with us Mr. Kanchinandan Parvatisam. He is known as PK from Tata Steel, Corporate Secretary and Chief Legal Officer, Tata Steel. His most significant responsibilities include advising the board on governance and ensuring that the members of board are ably equipped with resources to discharge their fiduciary duties and corporate governance practices. We also have with us Shri Indradeep Singh Dhariwal, sir. He is a Joint Secretary, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Welcome you, sir. We also have with us Shri Praveen Kumar, sir, our Director General and CEO of IICA. As already introduced, sir is a 87 batch IS officer of Tamil Nadu cadre. And last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Bharat Vaklu, former Managing Director, Secure Sky Corporation, India, who is going to have this conversation with all these esteemed dignitaries. With this, sir, I would now request Mr. Bharat Vaklu, sir, to please take over from here. We need one more chair, please. Quickly.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning. As you can see, we have a humongous and a stellar panel, but a very, very hearty welcome to all of you in the audience and to the very, very esteemed panel that we have in front of us today. So today's discussion is the first in a series of discussions that are going to be had over the next few days. And the emphasis of today's conversation is going to be on responsible governance. But before I get into that, I think it's important for me to mention why I'm here to be moderating this panel. I think many of the faces here might not have met me before. But I think what's important to state, apart from the fact that I was also the MD of Sikorsky Helicopters for a while, I spent much of my career in the House of Tata as a Tata Administrative Services Officer. But more importantly, in the context of IICA, I had the great good fortune and the privilege of being the chairman of the drafting committee for the national guidelines for responsible business conduct. So I really feel that that really gives me an insight into something which we are now very happy to have made a part of the way we govern ourselves. So as you know, there's a lot to discuss. When people say responsible governance has to be the foundation for implementing the national guidelines for responsible business conduct, they really are saying that it isn't merely a small department assigned the task of reporting on the business sustainability and business responsibility performance. What is required really is that all across the organization, there has to be, right from the board down to the people who might be engaging with the community, with their vendors, with the employees and so on, all of them have got to live the precise values that we are talking about. So we will have the benefit of speaking with all the very able executives, leaders, policy leaders, and so on this days. So I'm going to start off with Naina, who is on my left. Naina has been, of course, she's now an independent advisor on ESG. Then I think what's important to know from the fact that you've served in the private sector also, what is it that is the advice you'd like to give to our audience on how do you really start to make responsible governance a part of the DNA of an enterprise?
So let me start by saying I'm delighted to be here. I think the march that India is leading with SEBI, with the Institute of Corporate Affairs, with the legislation that we are putting into place right now, which is guiding companies in the right direction, is really good to see. And I was very relieved to find that as we put these norms in India, that they were so firmly aligned with global norms as well, so that companies, as we report data, and I'm still deeply engaged with a number of companies with their sustainability committees at the board level, companies still struggle on how to tell their story and how to do the right thing. So it's no longer, fortunately, at a stage where you have to tell the company they need to do the right thing. I do believe companies have understood they need to embrace these norms, but how can we ensure that we are doing the right thing? And by what I mean by the right thing is that we are past the stage where you have to tick the boxes in terms of hygiene factors of what needs to be done. It's now all about measurement. There's been so much criticism of companies signing up to net zero norms in 2030, 2050. I, of course, endorse the fact that companies look at setting these agendas. But the good thing now is that they're being forced to measure this. So you're seeing SBTi, measurement norms, disclosures that have to happen on an annual basis, integrated reporting, where your annual report actually also includes the sustainability criteria. And in order to do that, an auditor has to sign off on it. So you're seeing the first norms of disclosure also being about measurement and outcome. So that, to my mind, is a very critical aspect of where we're heading. And I'll just quote from Larry Fink, and Larry Fink, as some of you will recognize, is the BlackRock CEO, manages billions and billions of dollars. And he says that this isn't about stakeholder capitalism or going woke. and there's been some criticism around this, as many of you would have read in the international press. What he writes is we focus on sustainability not because we're environmentalists, but because we are capitalists and fiduciaries to our clients. So how we define our stakeholder communities is important. And I would just add, in terms of trends, the one big trend which is going to make sure that even the smaller companies, the MSMEs, who are not yet in this reporting net, beyond the 1,000 listed companies in India, but these smaller companies are all getting drawn in because the listed companies are now having to subscribe to Scope 3. And the supply chain that they engage in is going to be about driving change in the supply chain, because otherwise those companies that don't subscribe are going to get left behind.
Good. Thank you. I think Naina has covered a lot of ground, but I think I need to now move to my right, to Saurabh. Saurabh, you know, the emphasis all along has been that, you know, companies have got to obviously create wealth. And while that may have been the norm in the past, I believe, and I think that is what even the guiding principles of being a responsible organization suggest, that it has to be the creation of value where environment, society, and all other stakeholders, including planet Earth, are going to be looked at with a keen eye to create value for them as well. Now, as the Secretary of Social Justice in the Government of India and Empowerment, what would you think are the concerns that you see from an outside that can be improved through some kind of regulation?
Thank you. If I may say that perhaps I won't go to the extent of regulation, what you ask, but I think we are now moved, you've chaired that committee, we are now moved beyond the stage of the why of ESG and the why of sustainability. And I would also say perhaps we have also moved beyond the how to do that, because the Companies Act talks about the CSR setting aside. We have now the social stock exchange, which also will help take care of the how to generate funds. And what I would perhaps like to focus on is what is required to be done, and what are perhaps the options available from the government perspective to work with the private companies. And I'll just give one or two areas of suggestion, and I'm sure there would be many more. First is, I think from the government side, our focus, and if I look at it from the social justice side, our mandate comes to the essentially ensuring that every person in India has a minimum standard of living with dignity. I think that's the vision of our department. That's the mandate of our department. And for that, the government has the financial resources, the infrastructure they provide. But where I think the private sector, the corporate sector comes in, is in bringing in the innovation, being ability to experiment and to do something new, and bringing in the expertise to do that. And I think these two things, combined with the government's infrastructure and finance, would really help to ensure that the benefit to the people is so much more. So it might be that the financial contribution might be only 1 or 2%, but it will help ensure that the balance 97% becomes so much more effective. And I'll just give 1 or 2 examples and I'll stop there. For example, the government, we run in our department and associated department, we run old age homes. There are homes for women in distress. There are homes for children and orphanages, de-addiction homes that we run. The basic financial, the basic infrastructure the government provides, but where we need expertise, where we need innovation, where we need experimentation, is in ensuring the dignity part of the minimum standard, to ensure enrichment of their lives, to ensure that for example, if senior citizens are staying, how you can have a art festival out there, and which requires time, which requires effort, which requires planning. May not be so much financial resources, but I think that will also help take care of the corporate image, if I can say. And a second example, which I'll stop there. For example, we have this program where we fund 3,000 students from marginalized scheduled caste communities, other tribal communities, etc., and send them to the best residential schools, and we pay the entire tuition fees out there. What they require out there is a hand-holding, a mentoring, which requires some amount of higher level of expertise skills, but it will ensure that the dropout rates reduce so much. So I'm just giving two examples. There are many more, but I think we need to focus. We need to focus on the what can be done.
Absolutely. I think, Saurabh, that's very, very well articulated. I think what's really the point that Saurabh has made is that behind merely giving money, there has also got to be that a fair way of engaging with the beneficiaries so that dignity is maintained. There is also, the money goes much longer and has a desired impact in their lives. So thank you very much. I'll come back to you a little later. But let's move on to Mr. Praveen Kumar, who is the DG and the CEO of IICA. Praveen, there's always been a little concern, that the private sector companies, because the government of India is the biggest shareholder of public sector companies, there is a concern that sometimes, they get pushed a little bit and they don't have the freedoms that they would require to really perform on ESG that they would like if they had been a private sector company. So as the DG and CEO of IICA, what are the things that you think your organization can do to help the public sector companies kind of tide over this little constraint of theirs?
Hello, yeah, is there. I think they switch off the mics, individual mics. I'll divide your question into two parts. One is your assertion that being a public sector company, they are not in a position to take ESG in a proactive manner, first part. Second, then how can IICA come? The first part, if we take, see, there's a misperception that government controls the PSUs, especially the central PSUs, maybe more true about the state PSUs, in a very closed manner. Because over time, that was true perhaps some time back, but over time it has evolved into a kind of a hands-off control of government over the PSUs, which is monitored through an MAU. An MAU is signed, and the PSU is now answerable to achieve the targets put in the MAU. And that MAU has a monetary value also for the PSU executives, because they are incentivized based on how much they perform against those monetary targets. So it's not that every day a phone call goes, give the contract to this guy or do this way. These things don't happen. It's a board-driven thing. And as a board-driven thing, if you see, CSR started first in public sector companies. Except some of the famous companies, one of the represented Tata Steel is here, who have been working in the corporate social responsibility all along. CSR as a tool, as a formal tool, started in public sector companies, and they have been doing this all along. Yes, there are constraints that they cannot just go and select A, B, C straight away. Okay, your idea is very good. I'll go and do it for you. That they can't do, because they have to go through processes there, which can stand the scrutiny of all those watchdogs which we have, which central PSUs are controlled by, CAG or CVC, and answerable to RTA. So why did you choose X? Why didn't you choose Y? And all those issues will come in. So it's not that. So yeah, that kind of flexibility which a private sector board has, which if the CEO can convince the board, okay, let's do this, is a very promising idea, that may not be there, because a lot of no sayers are there in PSU boards who will say, no, why this, that. So those things are there. But they have been conscious of the public sector, of their role in corporate social responsibility, and have been working on ESG. One thing you should realize that perhaps I'll put it another way, the government control and the control of all those regulatory agencies ensures that the G part of the ESG is done very closely, very correctly, because they can't afford to go outside the mandate kind of thing, the governance part of it, the corporate governance part of it, because if they err, if they go against the ethics part of it, the CAG and the CVC will be there down to the RTI is there, they're answerable for right to information, which is not there in the private sector companies. IICA has been proactive in corporate governance part of public sector units and private. We don't differentiate between private and public. All our programs are open to everyone. But the Department of Public Enterprises asks us to do some courses of training of the independent directors, training of non-official directors, where the corporate governance principles, ESG principles are all put into that. And this ESG is one area where while everyone is getting aware, someone said, Saurabh said, why is not required, how is not required.
Yes.
But still I feel that tick marking is more of a tick marking, even for this 1,000 SEBI companies. Since they have to report, they are reporting. But the internalizing of this thing that we have to do it because we have to do it.
True.
It's not because, is it right or wrong? No, or they should do it not because we are mandated to do it,
True.
because it is right to do it, that's why we are doing it. That kind of feeling.
Yes.
So IICA is doing a lot of workshops, regional workshops we did recently. Dr. Garima went to 4 regional workshops we did on BRSR and why you should, but not the reporting part itself, but why you should be doing it. So as long as it's not ingrained in
True.
each employee of
Yes.
either private or private, that each decision has to be audited based on the ESG contribution. Till then, I think much progress may not take place.
Thank you very much. I think the point that Praveen has made is that, leadership and compassionate leadership, ethical leadership is a critical requirement for the implementation of ESG as well as for the 9 principles of responsible business conduct. So thank you. That's a very, very fine insight. Let me move on to Anita now. Anita, when the Companies Act was being revised and the Dr. Irani committee was in the forefront, I had the privilege of working with Dr. Irani at that time. So one of the things that was said is that the MCA has, for a change, come out with a very progressive and a forward-looking document which really enables the companies to be self-driven, self-regulated, which I think is a very, very good way to unleash the spirits within companies. But having come thus far, what are the additional incentives that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, under your leadership and that of your Minister and the Secretary, are bringing in to really make ESG principles and the national guidelines for responsible business conduct a reality in India in the shortest possible time?
A very good afternoon. Now, as seen by the enactment of the Companies Act 2013, the Government of India has followed a very efficient, transparent and accountable governance. This is what we look for. And the government is also promoting responsible governance through these means. Now, the Companies Act has in fact, as you rightly pointed out, has raised substantively the bar on the governance, and very relevant themes have come out of that. There have been significant changes which have been introduced by the Act, such as the board composition per se, which also has focus on the board processes, and it seeks to institutionalize good corporate governance as well. And the governance should not be dependent on the members of the board per se, but also it should be ingrained in each of the members. So the feedback very rightly received has been that the Act is very progressive and forward-looking. But at the same time, what we expect from a responsible board, a responsible management, would be to ensure that the business should subserve the interest of all the groups effectively as well as efficiently. It's not enough for a company to be profitable. It also needs to demonstrate very responsible behavior towards climate, towards the environment, towards the ethical conduct, as well as the sound corporate governance practices. The Companies Act, in fact, has certain provisions to protect the interest of the stakeholders, which has shareholders, creditors, employees, etc. And then there are remedies also available in the Act through the class action suit, through the special courts, NCLT, NCLAT, etc., in case if they feel that their rights are being compromised. Then we have Section 135 of the Companies Act, which talks about the corporate social responsibility. And there is Schedule 7 of this Act, which lists out the areas where CSR activities can be taken up. Then there is a Section 166(2) of the Companies Act, which requires the directors to promote all the objects of the company for the benefit of its members, company, as well as in good faith towards the employees, shareholders, environment, etc. So beyond this, I do not see, the nudge has already been provided by the Companies Act, and rest is for the corporates to take it up from here. In fact, I would also like to add that the Companies Act takes care of the beginning and the flow of how a corporate should work. But even when you come to insolvency, for that matter, we are also looking at introducing elements of ESG in insolvency as well. So this would be a good trigger, and we should be able to move forward from there end to end, taking care of climate change and other things.
I liked what Anita said about the fact that the Companies Act has given a nudge. She didn't mention Section 177(9), which is about the Whistleblower Act, and the fact that in 2014, the Government of India also passed the Whistleblower Protection Act 2014. So thank you. Very, very insightful. Let me move on to Vaishali now. Vaishali is the founder of Renew and a startup of sorts, but somebody who is very, very committed to sustainability also. So Vaishali, from your perspective as the co-founder of a startup, what do you think are some of the concerns that a smaller organization needs to be concerned about when it comes to ESG and the national guidelines? Because whenever I talk about sustainability or good governance, they say, "Arey sahab, aap to Tata mein the, badi companies mein the, hum to small timers hai, hum MSME hai, humse nahi hoga." Whereas as Naina and as Praveen and all the other panelists here have already articulated, this is not something that you have to do just because it's a good thing to do. This is the future. This is the only way it's going to happen. So Vaishali, we're quite eager to hear you on how you, as a startup in the renewable space, how did you take care of all these points?
Can you? Yeah. Okay, now it takes time to switch, but Bharat, thank you for that question. Just a small clarification. We are not a small startup anymore. We were once upon a time. But we are one of the largest renewable energy companies, decarbonization solution partner to Global Inc., not even India. So slight correction there, no problem. But we were, and I'll talk to you about when we were a small startup. And of course, when we started, the cost of just to step back in the around 2010 when we started Renew, I think most people, in fact, I was in a meeting with Adi as a banker, and he was like, "What's wrong?" Sumant started the company. Then what is this business model all about? Because at that time it was just about putting up wind farms for high net worth individuals and tax benefits and all of that. And at that time, I guess what we thought was that a problem can be an opportunity. Let's try and do something. I think we were looking at, after being in the financial services area, we were looking at ideas for entrepreneurship very proactively. And just to clarify, the idea was not to have an impact, to do good for the world. I just like to be honest as far as that is concerned. It was about creating a business model where we could create value for shareholders. And that's how Renew started. At that time, the cost of renewables was about 2.5 times of conventional, I would say, or at least you can say safely double. And since then, it is about a sixth. And so things have changed significantly, and now what seems like a very competitive business model was barely understood by many. So there were lots of problems. We knocked about 60, 70 doors for capital, so capital was an issue. And finally, we got investments from Goldman Sachs, which had actually invested in this area in the United States, And because of the financial services engagement we had, they knew Sumant and said, okay, let's do it. And so that's how we started this business. Policy as a, I would say, an area was non-existent. But as an entrepreneur, a small entrepreneur in this space, we worked very hard to work with the government to discuss and engage, not only for the company, but for the sector at large. And so I would say that I think this sector, for a small company at that time, the commitment which our government showed and our leaders showed towards the sector, and I think at a certain level, this is an individual thing. You either get it or you don't. More people get it now, but very few got it then. And I think our Prime Minister Modi at that time, he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, where we actually started our first wind farm in Maharashtra, but he'd come there and we'd met him. He got this area. He was very sort of passionate about this area, and that helps, as we've seen in other parts of the world. Either you get it or you don't. And so, for example, in the United States, if I could just name another country, there is a lot of commitment at the subnational level, but we haven't seen that at the national level. In India, the national level commitment by leaders, policies, and you were an additional secretary in the sector at that time. It was really a partnership which drove the sector, solved for problems, made it possible to make projects, set up projects which could be viable, and then entrepreneurs came in and made a success of that. Capital providers came in, and and that's how I feel the three-pronged approach between policy at the national level. I think what's missing in India, perhaps, I won't say missing, but what we can do better is consistency of policy at the subnational level, and perhaps then we can sort of prop up our trajectory of growth, which we need. We need to get to 500 gigawatts by 2030. It's not a small feat. Just to give you a sense, whatever we've done till now, we have to do twice over to be able to meet our goals for 2030. So policy, capital, human capital was very scarce. And so therefore, these were some of the issues we faced, solved for, and then innovation.
True.
So from vanilla to complex, round-the-clock sort of projects where you use multiple types of renewable energy like solar, wind, storage to come up for solutions, not only then for the grid, but also for global link. So as we speak now, we are also working with companies like Microsoft, Amazon, and many others to help them in their decarbonization strategies as well.
Very good. Thank you, Vaishali. I think she's touched upon a very important part of this whole journey for most companies. There is a need for the creation of an ecosystem, and we'll come to that point a little later. But I would now like to reach out to my friend PK Parvathisan, who's new to Tata Steel. How new are you?
9 years.
9 years. I was 17 years with Tata Steel, but that still makes us distant cousins. But look, Tata Steel has always been in the forefront of many of the things that we're talking about. And it's partly the fact that it's the leadership from the founders right through the organization. But I think what we haven't so far discussed is the fact that companies like Tata Steel and many others who have truly embraced the ESG principles as well as the national guidelines for responsible business conduct, they have enabled the entire organization to align with them through performance management by actually rapping managers on their knuckles when they do not do what is required. So I would like to hear from you, PK, what is it that Tata Steel has been able to do to really be head and shoulders in the journey towards ESG?
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to present my comments. Like I said, I joined Tata Steel 9 years back, and of course I was with Infosys for about 13 years. But I've also been in academia for quite long. I mean, from 2011 to 2023, as I speak, I've been a student, and I'm currently a student at the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor as a PhD student in the law school. And some of the things that's been spoken about is being discussed very, very fiercely, and we hope to have some of the answers on shareholder capitalism versus stakeholder capitalism, financial reporting to non-financial reporting, short-term focus to long-term focus, what's the role of the board, what's the role of the audit committee, ESG, I mean, is it relevant at all? While we are very passionately speaking about this, there is a section of people who are actually questioning because at the end of the day, what companies needs to disclose is the impact from the external environment on the business operations of the company. That's what you actually disclose. How is it going to affect, say for example, there is a change in the policy, how is it going to affect my business, and hence how is it going to affect the stock price, is what the companies is supposed to disclose. But now you've seen exactly reverse of it. Now regulators have come and told you, you just not are here to disclose what impacts you, but also disclose how you're impacting the external environment. That is ESG. So it's a two-way process actually. And there are proponents like Lucian Bebchuk. We have Professor Srinivasan here. She will agree with me. He has a very strong view. Likewise, Professor Colin Mayers of Oxford is on the other extreme. He has a very strong thought process on stakeholder capitalism. So let's see how this will go and end and where it will end. But I think India has truly demonstrated that we can show and guide the world on this front. I'm not sure whether it is intentional or coincidental. I don't want to put my bet on that, but the regulators, both the Minister of Corporate Affairs and SEBI, have clearly taken a position that Indian companies should work towards the value creation and for betterment of stakeholders while they create value to shareholders. And I think this is where the Companies Act of 2013 and SEBI regulations stand out. Actually, our regulations stand out in three distinct areas. One is the duties of the board. We very clearly have articulated that the board owes its duty not just to shareholders, but to stakeholders. There is no ambiguity there, unlike in the US and in the Europe. So there's nothing to discuss here. We need to just implement. Second, there is no other country in this world which has said CSR is mandatory and CSR can create value to corporations. There's been a lot of research on this, but no other country has actually made it mandatory. And the third most important is on disclosures. I don't think any country has gone far to say, I want my companies to disclose scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, right from this year. There's a lot of debate, but nobody has taken that stand. So I think while country is showing immense resilience in leadership, I think the companies also are preparing to show that same thing. So to some extent, we've told the world that stewardship of country and stewardship of companies are aligned. And of course, as coming from Tata Steel, and I've been here for 9 years, we are no new to this. We are a 112-year-old corporation, and I just saw one of the speakers in the previous session quote what J.N. Tata had to say about business and the community. And I think whoever joins Tatas, and I'm sure Bharat you will agree, we join Tatas with a purpose. We don't join for a job. You rarely find people in Tatas joining for a job. This is like public sector units. I've been a huge beneficiary of public sector model because my father was at Bharat Electronics in Bangalore. We studied in BEL school. We went to BEL hospital. We played on the BEL playgrounds. We've used BEL bus. You name it, BEL has given us. So everything that we have today is actually, we owe it to the public sector. While we might not have had the benefit of crores of rupees as salary, but we had immense happiness. The quality of life was extremely good. The environment, ecosystem, the support that we had was immense. And I truly believe that's a great model that India has showed to the external world. And of course, so is Tata Steel. So everybody who joins Tatas in one form or the other, whether it's steel or motors or which other company it is, they join with a purpose. And the tone at the top is very clear. Why Tatas possibly have been able to survive this long and still be strong is because they've not forgotten their roots. In fact, I keep thinking, because I have a curious mind, I keep thinking, why did this company still be strong and is able to, add value to the society. That's because each time you're in crossroads or in dilemma, you go back to the founder's vision and say, let me not defend facts, let me defend my value system. And I think each one of us who can defend the value system will grow taller. And I agree with the Joint Secretary here of Ministry of Corporate Affairs. I think they've done what they need to do. I think it's on the KMPs, the board, and professionals like me and you. We have to now perform saying, you've done what you've done, we now will stand up and help the country and the government to make this country a better place to stay.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks, KP. I think very, very well articulated. I'm also very happy. I'm also very glad that he talked about the fact that in the US there are some naysayers. I remember I was speaking at the University of Chicago, and the students and the faculty were both in the room. And when I spoke about Tata Steel at that time, I was the president of Tata Inc. in North America, and I told them about the Tata values and the Tata approach to business. The professor said, no, the role of business is only to make money. And I knew why, because Milton Friedman was a faculty in the University of Chicago, and they'd all imbibed the same thinking. But I'm so glad that we as a nation and the companies in this country have stood for good governance where the value creation process, the creation of surpluses, is not done at the cost of other stakeholders. I think that it personally resonates with me a lot, so thank you for articulating this again. Now, Inderdeep, you are from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. You have been hearing the stellar panelists give a perspective. I would like you to give us an overview. From your view, in the MCA, what do you think is the gist of what we have heard?
Thank you very much. And I'm really grateful for making me a last person in the panel to talk. It's, I already have heard. And you are also equally fortunate to have the gems of the discussions and crux of the matters. Anita talked about the framework that Company Act provides. Mr. Garg gave you the spirit of a government department or ministry that is working in for a social cause. And it's persevering for a benefit of one and all and the targeted group. And Madam Kidwai definitely gave, she is a stalwart in the area, and she gave a very leading remarks on this. And we also heard how the startup, which turned in a big corporate now, and their success through and taking along the CSR in ESG. We also heard Tata Steel. Now you can say it's a synonym to all these things that we are listening and talking in the terms of CSR and ESG. And Sir, Praveen Sir, definitely, he's the owner of this colloquium and probably discussions. I'm thankful to him for organizing it and giving me an opportunity. I merely would say, all CSR and ESG, if you say it's a match and mismatch of a micro and macro, they say the earth, if you can visualize basically it is said yat ande tat brahmande, and if you match the two, and and Brahmand, then you will realize the executive hand is this body. But the purpose is, if it is the same, and and Brahmand, then the impact is on a Brahmand. If you can visualize that particular thing, you are responsible and you are then serving the purpose you are here. You simply imagine this earth is in existence for billions of years. Human being is on this earth scientifically is here for 50,000 years. And we now, if you ask what is the future, people say we are in Kali Yuga, and Madhya of Kali Yuga, which is of 5,000 years. So we are already seeing the end. This is what our contribution is. And you already have started making movies like 2012 or similar ways that this is what we are contributing. In this country, if we have this logo like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Kutumbha is a social unit and symbol, and Vasudha is this earth. If you can link this social and the Vasudha, then you are serving ESG and CSR. Else we are again away, and probably they say that if you are on the edge of a universe, it is possible to see a particle of a dust, but not possible to see this earth.
Absolutely.
But if you can visualize a human being on this who need a hand of help, and you feel yourself, you can think beyond yourself, you can come forward somebody else beyond this body, then probably you are responsible.
Wonderful.
One of my senior, I heard in IICA, Dr. Sahu, he probably left a mark on me by saying that governance is, dictionary meaning is a steering, but steering to where and to what? If you are able to steer to next generations, then you are in governance. If you can convert and see your assets as heritage for 10 generations down, you are in good governance. Else, otherwise there is something which we need to make. And you know that these all things, I also personally feel are war. We have to win it. And if in Ramayana, when the final conflict between Ram and Ravan came, there is a very beautiful couplet on this. Vibhishan got upset, you know. He said that, Nath Narath, the Tan Pad Trana, Kahu Bid Jitahu, Veer Balvana. Veer and Balwan is Ravan. And Nath is one who even doesn't have any sort of armor and shoes in the feet. And then Ram gave a description, what he has, what is the armors and what are some sort of weapons. And he didn't talk about this IED or armored vehicle or missiles. He talked about shield, santok, shama, suraj, all characters. So and those were true then 5,000 years back in Dwapar. Those are true now also and probably will remain relevant throughout.
Very good.
We have to be conscious about it. This is what is governance.
Wonderful. I think Inderdeep has brought in a very, very positive angle because there is no denying. In fact, it went back to what Saurabh also mentioned, you know, the dignity. Just like food is nourishment for our bodies, kindness, love, compassion, caring, dignity, and enabling social justice, empowering even the most, you know, the most underprivileged, the ones who are disabled. All that is an essence of what Inderdeep said. So I'm very, very grateful you brought that in. Now, before we open to the audience, I want to go right through the panel once again and get their final messages in the same order. So Naina, your thoughts now after you heard all the others, what would you like to leave for the audience on ESG and implementation? Because really implementation is what they all have to do in their respective spaces and companies.
So I think there's a buy-in that we've got the regulatory frameworks and some degree of buy-in, at least by our large corporates, into that framework. And for those that haven't bought in completely, heart and soul, there is the nudge to make sure that they go that way. I just want to touch on an area which I believe has not been brought forth yet, and which is a critical way to ensure that we do, and that is the world of finance. And as an erstwhile banker, I do need to bring this in, Vaishali touched on it, the struggle initially of not having finance, but today, the fact that money is available for some of these sectors is key. And if we want our regulatory framework and corporates following in that framework to happen, we need to also ensure that the finance, the taxation incentives, the ways of ensuring that that plays out also happen. And for that, we need active carbon credit markets. For the hard-to-abate sectors like the Tata Steels, you may love what you do for communities, but you're in a carbon-intensive sector. So what do you do to ensure you're not left out 30 years from now in terms of finance that will go only to those that are decarbonized sufficiently or indeed have shown the way? And I sit on the boards of companies where the entire strategy of the company is being changed, as indeed Tata Steel too is, I'm sure, looking at how you move to electric arc furnaces, the cement sector, looking at green cement, because if you don't do these things today, are you going to even have finance available to you tomorrow? Because already the financial communities, the investor international communities are veering away from sectors which are not seen as being green and friendly. And if you're in sectors where you're not even trying to be green and ESG oriented, you're not going to be able to attract those funds. So finance is also a tool for us as a country, as a government, one which we need to make much more robust. Where are the green financing models? Where are the carbon trading mechanisms? Where are the ways that the just transitions can happen?
True.
That how to make sure we do not leave the poor behind when we move from mining and coal mining to other methods.
Absolutely. So thank you very much, Naina. I think those of you who are following the EU regulations would know about the CBAM and how Tata Steel and how PK and his team are figuring out how to do it. But on the finance matter, we're also pleased to say that there is a bunch of investors who follow the principles of responsible investment, the PRI. And that's something which not only upholds what we are talking about today morning in terms of the ESG aspects, but also the specific principles of the national guidelines for the responsible business conduct. But I'd move to you, Saurabh. You know, you heard different perspectives, and I completely am with you when we say that ESG without social justice, without, in fact, even what Inderdeep said, a spiritual uplifting of people and really improving the quality of life of everybody. So what do you think companies can do to strengthen what you as Government of India are doing?
ESG, I mean, we've been discussing more as an external to the corporates. If I can put it, what ESG can be within the corporate, and I would just maybe focus or suggest one metric for that, and that is, what is the genetic diversity of the manpower in that company? And by that, I mean in terms of gender, beyond gender, transgender. It's whether it's the especially abled, and even whether the vulnerable and the marginalized communities, that is the mandate of the social justice, whether we have representation from different sections, from different geographies, from different cultures. And I think is in the own interest of the corporate. And I think Nana mentioned about that what Larry Fink mentioned, that as a capitalist, we should do ESG. I think as a corporate, looking for a long-term approach or a long-term vision, I think genetic diversity is something that will really help any corporate.
Let's move on to Praveen now. Praveen, the IICA is truly one of India's leading think tanks in terms of enabling to bridge not just the ecosystem that's outside, which includes regulation and so on, even the financial aspects, but also helping companies to quickly move ahead on this journey. So would you like to share with us, for the benefit of the audience, what are the future plans that you have in IICA which will enable the quick adoption of ESG?
Now, as you said, IICA, I'll reckon that IICA must be one of the pioneers as far as the ESG advocacy, ESG research, ESG capacity building. I mean, we have some in IIM, some courses there, but a full-time certificate course on ESG which we are doing, which has become so popular. We were surprised, actually. We launched last December, and there were so many applicants that we had to tell them that, see, there's a maximum capacity a course can offer. Beyond that, it's just money making. We don't want to do that. I mean, so we launched a second, now the demand for third. Now corporates are coming that do it for us, specific corporates, I don't want to name them, that do it for our employees. So one thing which we always stress, see, ESG cannot be treated like CSR. You hive out some fund, do something X, Y, Z, some building of schools, building of solar panels. That can't be. ESG I can't be given out to you, one of your foundations, you have hived out your foundation. ESG has to be internalized.
Completely.
Each of your action has to be evaluated based on that how does it affect the ESG. The way you decide any decision in the board that how it's going to affect your profitability, how it's going to affect your net worth. Same thing has to be how it is going to affect your ESG impact. So we are developing a matrix, decision-making matrix, taking ESG as a tool. So any decision which comes to the board should be evaluated from that, apart from net net rate of return and all those things. We have to do it on the ESG parameters also. We are also trying to develop an ESG index so that Tatas can say, I have a score of 4.8 out of 5. Someone else, even perhaps a star system. I expect that it can become a marketable thing in future. That you will be able to market it that my company is a 4-star company in ESG,
Right.
or 4.8 score company.
And
there is a premium. Consumer is ready to give a premium for ESG. Now also we give a premium, organic. It's costlier, we go and buy it.
Absolutely.
There is a premium for vegan. All those things are similarly, some star system will come in future. So we are preparing for all those things. Apart from the traditional advocacy, capacity building, etc., we are working on those lines. But we expect ESG to be integrated into the internal working of the company.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Praveen. I think the important thing really is that social legitimacy will be available to companies that truly care for all stakeholders. This notion that I can do whatever I will is long over. In fact, even companies in Brazil that are exporting to other companies are now under the scanner on whether they're actually, denuding the Amazonian rainforest. So there is a huge, there's a huge amount of groundswell in favor of companies that are truly caring for for not just environment and society, but also making sure that these are not one-off principles or a knee-jerk reaction to some regulation, but it becomes part of the DNA. So I think that's, in that respect, IICA is doing a commendable job, so I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay, coming over to you, Anita, the MCA has always played a very crucial role to not just give a nudge generally, but there are some sectors that are laggards, quite understandably, some which are forward-looking. How does the MCA make sure that the laggards are given the greater nudge and maybe best practices from the front runners can be shared? Are you thinking on those lines? Are there some things you're doing on that front?
See, basically what we're looking at is there's already a national guideline on responsible business conduct, which was released by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And now there is a committee which has been appointed to review the national voluntary guidelines and business reporting. And they are to suggest certain toolkits for sector-specific adaptations. Now, it would be appreciated that as the speakers before me have already told, that ESG or anything got to do with the responsible governance will have to also come from within.
True.
So it is imperative that different sectors of the industry recognize their needs. Definitely IICA, MCA can work together with them to arrive at toolkit, but ultimately the responsibility of implementing it would be with the company. So it would be more in the lines of a guideline and a nudge as of now, rather than actually imposing it on the business.
Which I think is a wise way to go about it, because that has already been done with the CSR thing. But on that front, I also want to mention that while the CSR is part of the Companies Act and Section 135 mandates that it be done, I think we all need to appreciate that that is over and above a sustainability orientation that businesses need to have. It isn't as if you take a machete, cut down forests, and then you spend 2% of your profits and plant trees. I'm sorry, that was not the intention. And I think we all need to appreciate that sustainability as part of the DNA has to be the core, and then the Section 135 part has to be applied as an additional contribution. So thank you for mentioning that. Okay, Vaishali, I'll come to you again now for your perspective. I liked what you said about the fact that leadership, and I think Anita also is echoing the same idea, it has to become part of the organization. PK mentioned it that for the Tatas, it is kind of, it's part of our, it's part of the VAP and VEFT. But you, apart from you being a committed sustainability person, how did you make sure that the Renew organization also adopted these principles?
Sure, no, absolutely. And actually what we do resonates a lot with what Tatas do, because Sumant was in the TAS, and then I guess the value system continues. But I think at Renew, we are also we've always been very committed to carrying our stakeholders along with us in whatever we do, because we work in the back of beyond, areas in India. We have a global board. We are listed on NASDAQ. We have a global board, and that helps, I think, in addition to top management being deeply committed, including myself, we have a huge amount of support from our board and our international shareholders. We have a committee, by the way, which has 40%, global board, which has 40% diversity, and it's basically global board members who are very committed to sustainability, because it's the essence of what they're doing and what drives them as far as investing is concerned. And so what and I agree and with everybody when we talk about ESG being inwardly sort of driven, because at the end of the day, it is the individuals who need to get it on the ground, who are getting things done. So the governance system in the company, the KRAs which drive individuals and teams to do better, where they understand what needs to be done, committees in the organization where we take stock of where we are, what are we committing, are we on the right track, and also just a lot of the disclosures, reportings, and ratings. I was just mentioning that, we are rated as one of the top ESG, scores from Refinitiv, Sustainalytics, etc. So, and that helps us for other sort of capital, raising and various other activities. So I think people generally get it. In listed companies, if I could say, there is, I think management sees more value, boards see more value. I was at the COP recently and I was in a roundtable, and I'm going to say there was a private company, a couple of publicly listed companies, huge difference in the mindset, where there was one group which thought that ESG is just greenwashing and it doesn't really matter. And this is one of the largest private companies, FMCG, in the United States. I serve on the board of a couple of companies, two very different mindsets. Somewhere it's a checkbox and somewhere it is driven. I think it's the cultural transformation in a company driven by what the regulators are doing. In a country like India, we are doing a lot. I think when all of these things come together, I think there is serious business happening in companies where the commitment to, I think, ESG is recognized as being significant. I don't think it's a nice to do. I think people are not really rewarding you beyond a point for getting top ratings, but if you don't do it, it's not okay.
Because it's also a business risk, I think. I think Diana also indicated that, you won't attract finance to the at a cost which is attractive and competitive if you're not doing the things that give you social legitimacy.
Correct.
So thank you, Vaishali. So moving to you, PK, I know big companies like Tata Steel and others have also in the past, formally and consciously reached out to their vendor base, their large vendor base, to help them adopt these principles. So tell us a bit more about that, because I'm sure many other companies in the audience might also want to benefit from such kind of an arrangement.
Thank you. So yes, I think the notion can't be that I'm clean, but the rest of them are bad. That doesn't work in the overall scheme of things. Any responsible corporation not only needs to be responsible, but also must contribute to the ecosystem to be responsible. I think without that, it's not about reporting. It's not about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 reporting. It's the basic ethos that if you have a fundamental value system of working, it's best that you kind of communicate that to your stakeholders, whether it's the vendors or the customers, and then make sure that all of us are aligned with that kind of a value system. So obviously, it's not just Tata Steel actually passing on the ethos to its vendors. While we are customer to our vendors, we are also vendors to somebody else. There is a customer above us. So they have their own ethos, and they'll obviously expect Tata Steel to actually kind of be aligned to their ethos. So ESG, when you look at it, it's very aligned, and I do agree with the panel when they kind of articulate that it needs to come from within. At the end of the day, and this is something which I keep again telling myself, let's not think about what MCA should do, what SEBI should do, what Government of India should do, what my board needs to do. If I can be honest, if I can be responsible, and in my team, if everybody thinks like that, my whole team will be responsible. If all teams can think like that, my entire unit will be responsible. If all units will be responsible, the whole company will be responsible. If every company can be responsible, the country will be responsible. If every country is responsible, the whole world is responsible. So it actually starts with you. So we don't need to kind of expect things from others. If each of us can discipline ourselves, be a well-governed citizen, which means it's nothing but be honest to yourself first, than showing somebody else that I'm honest. I think that's not required.
Very nice, very good. I think the fact that you are on my left and Indradeep is on my right, you seem to have gotten influenced by each other's thoughts. But anyway, before we open to the audience for questions, I want Indradeep to give us his 2 cents on, I think PK made a very good point about apne aap ko hi buland kar. You be responsible for it. So self-mastery in my lexicon also, self-mastery is a very, very important part of one's journey towards contributing towards society, to the environment, and doing good to others. So on that, Indradeep, before we open to the audience, anything on that? Yeah.
Your self is associated with the globe. In a globalization has a multiple negative impact. One of the positive impact it has is it opens the system, and it makes the system interdependable. So now people have a demonstrative effect naturally. So if now people were not doing for themselves, now they are forced to do it for their buyers outside and their associates internationally. And it's simply consciousness. It's something what they say, if you want to heal your wound, just take it to a sunlight, expose it to sunlight and fresh air. It will start healing. So this is what the reporting does in a corporate world. It opens you up, makes you sensitive, makes others aware what you are doing. And once this interaction starts, positivity automatically comes. So this is how I think, and this is what the government also, when it says minimum of government and maximum of governance, means this only, that we do interrelatedly, we see one another, we inspire and copy all good practices.
Correct.
Sanj kija gunon keri. This is what is being written in Gurbani. So you share your virtues and you move forward.
Excellent. Thank you. A round of applause to the entire panel for their very, very remarkable insights. So before I open to the audience, I just want to clarify also that, transparency and disclosure go hand in hand. When you disclose, the endeavor is to assure your stakeholders that what you say you're going to be doing, you are doing. And, is this bottle of water here, how do I know that this is pure? Because IICA has a reputation, India Habitat Center has a reputation, this August gathering is a very, very important event, so you can be sure and you can trust it. But trust does not come like that. Trust requires openness, disclosure, leadership behavior. Leaders have got to walk the talk. And that's also where, the self plays an important role. But ladies and gentlemen, I cannot tell you how delighted and honored I am to have had the privilege of sitting in this stellar panel. But we have time for a few questions from the audience. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up and I will call you, but make sure that the question is not a comment. It has to be a pointed question, and you can tell us whom you'd like to answer. Okay, the gentleman at the back. Can the mic go there, please? One moment. I'll first come to you in a minute. Aap mic wahi rakhiye inke paas hi. Yes, please. Your name, organization, and your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Indranil Seth. I'm an environmental and sustainability consultant. And I was born and brought up in Jamshedpur, Tata Steel.
Excellent.
And I went to ISM Dhanbad, mining. So my question is to PK from Tata Steel.
Yes.
I know how ethical Tata Steel is and how much circularity you have in your processing by recycling and using scrap steel. But what are you doing for reducing your scope 3, which is the mining, your coal coming from the mines, and we all know about the coal fires in the coal belt in the eastern part of the country, and also the iron ores, the ores that come from the mines. So because that is a huge area and a huge mess which needs to be dealt with. So if you are looking at scope 3, you have to go into the details there.
Yes.
Can I have an answer on that, please?
Thank you very much. PK.
I think fair comment, but I am sure you'll appreciate that some of these things that we are speaking about, decarbonizing, changing the fundamental way we produce steel, etc., are structural changes. These are not incremental changes. It cannot be achieved in a month or in a year. Obviously, because it's a structural change, we've also said that we'll be net zero by 2045. And we've been taking baby steps to say that we are innovating. We have a full-fledged R&D function, and of course we are partnered with about 60 odd institutions who are doing research on what can be the new ways of producing steel, so that you kind of don't get into this mining and then get into that vicious circle of, not being able to come out from that, cycle. So we've set up a new metals business. So there's a lot of research going on in the new metals business space to see, are there alternatives to kind of input so that the steel can be green. We're well aware that the green steel is going to be the norm as we go into the future. And it's not about India. While you mentioned about Jamshedpur, we have a lot more pressure from the Europe, actually, because the Europe has been in the forefront, and particularly if you look at even Europe, Netherlands has been the most aggressive on climate change and decarbonization. And we have a plant right in the center of Amsterdam. So we are certainly cognizant of this fact, and the research is on. The technologies are probably in few universities and labs, not to the extent that it can be commercialized, but I guess in the next few years, you will certainly have something alternative where we will move towards a greener steel.
Okay. Naina wants to add to this also. Yeah.
PK's answered this really effectively, and I raised the hard-to-abate sectors, and clearly steel is one of them. Cement, which I'm engaged with on a board, is another. And the world can't do without steel and cement, let's face it. But what we can do now is to look at exactly what PK is saying, which is the innovation. So for example, in cement, this particular company, it's a global company, Holcim, is looking at reconstruction waste. So for every building that is torn down, your landfill goes down if you can use that waste, and it doesn't require limestone, which is a very carbon-intensive process of extraction, and you reuse, so you have two benefits. Your landfills get saved, and on the other, you don't get the limestone. So this kind of, it's a process with calcium clay. So innovation in raw material, innovation in process, and making sure that you can reinvent the way you manufacture is a long-term process, because we will continue to need these products. But the companies that get it right are quoted right up there on the stock market, and the ones that are being encouraged. And of course, the easy way for all companies is to have renewable energy. So the first step in every journey of every company that finally gets it is to make sure at least that their power is renewable. Then you begin to look at some of these tougher.
True. But there, yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that with Tata Steel, Renew, we are the founding members of the First Movers Coalition. Yes. So I just wanted to say that partnerships where you have off-takers, where you have clean energy providers, and capital providers, I think these are the long-term sort of strategies which we are working for. And I think we just need to be patient. Absolutely. It's not going to be knee-jerk. We can't just make a switch. We're going to take time to evolve, and it can happen through partnerships.
Yeah. And also renewable energy cannot quickly give way to to the importance of, having intense generation, because there are spikes that you need. Anybody who's from the power industry would know that you can't always replace that. But yes, it's all a long-term focus. But thank you for your question. Yes, the question with this gentleman, then we come to you.
Thank
yes,
you.
Please. Your name and the question.
Yes, thank you for the enlightening session. I think every time I come to these conferences, I learn something new.
Thank you.
My name is Ramani Gopalan. I am working with the authority engineer as an authority engineer for a supervising construction highway projects like that. My question is, there are lots of talks about this economy being a 47 trillion economy by, let's say, 2047, like that. And we have this economy part, then we have the ESG, then we have corporate policies, and then the policies from the government, and then the population. If you address these 5 as variables or constants, my question to you is, which one do you think will be the most important thing to keep it constant, or a few variables? Or if you want to add more variables or constants, that's fine with me.
I get it, Gopalan. Thank you very much. Saurav, would you like to answer this about which are the high impact areas that the government needs to, or we collectively need to focus on? Population, he mentioned, he talked about, you talked also about population, policies. Okay, so essentially policy, and how do you make sure that the environment is supportive of what we are trying to do?
I think if I can just say, I don't know, you might be following what the Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about, that we need to be a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And in that Viksit Bharat, it's a combination of this and more, I would say. And I think it might be the relative importance might change from a particular period to another period. But if we are looking forward as a nation to be a developed nation, and for the globe to be together, surviving and existing over the next 50 to 70 years, I think each of those factors would be important. The only difference would be the nuancing might change from time to time, and the focus and what we need to do on each of those.
So in other words, yes, Praveen, yeah.
For any thing to work, government can go only 5 steps. The next 15 steps will have to be done by the people themselves. So the way out is have to have a light touch policy where you put the framework and allow the people, like the way the industry after 1991 has gone out and because of the removal of licensing controls. So government should be focusing on light touch policy and rules and allow everyone to grow within that light touch policy and framework. True. And have strong boundary conditions that if you violate, it's a self-regulation, but self-regulation involves a higher level of penalty for violation. So that kind of way only will lead to progress. True. People have to come forward, only then progress occurs. You can have a strict population policy, but as long as people are not part of it, it doesn't help.
Absolutely. And I think what Praveen and Saurav have both articulated is that it will be a dynamic thing, like have a rolling set of objectives, because depending on what happens, say in 2 years, you may need to tweak your priorities a little bit. Okay, the person with the hand up in the same row as Gopalan, yes. Yeah. Your name and the question, please.
My name is Swastika. I'm from Kenna Metal India, based at Bangalore. So my question is, and not specifically to anybody, but I think the whole, in the ESG space, the regulatory framework has played a very important role in driving sustainability and ESG among companies. But what we see is it's highly skewed towards the listed companies. So I just wanted to understand, how do we bring more accountability among the non-listed companies and the unorganized sector?
Okay, I would request Anita and Inderdeep to answer, please. Inderdeep?
This particular thing, like coming to the non-listed company, later or sooner it will come. The thing is, we were looking towards the benefit, those are being perceivable. They are the tangible, intangible elements or aspects in this thing. So people in general, and probably as a part of globalizations, the requirements around the world, as we feel one, we start acting one. And this is how probably the integration also takes place. So at this point in time also, there is a voluntary compliance and formation. There's multiple non-listing companies also, big corporates, but not non-listed. Multinationals, but not non-listed. So probably gradually it is coming and it will come. This is how, as of now, we are thinking.
So you have to be prepared, basically.
Something, if we come out as there's an intervention is required, government will come forward.
Okay.
We are working on it.
Okay, the gentleman in the white coat in front. Yeah, and then the lady ahead of him. Yes.
I have a supplementary question to
yes, please.
what Madam has raised. As we are talking about the 90% contribution to the economy from the MSME sector. And it is very important that when we talk about ESG, we are right now focusing on 1,000 companies. Do we have an action plan to cover the MSME also? Because that is very important. It is the same question, because I'm Harish Joshi, Independent Director from Engineers India, and I belongs to Gujarat, where a lot of MSMEs are there producing a lot of chemicals.
So if I may, Mr. Joshi, thank you for your question. I'm actually a little cognizant of the shortage of time. So good point. But Indradeep has already answered that eventually everyone will get it. But EIL's vendors who are MSMEs can actually be, they can link up with your company and start getting
Just add to that, now with ESG, is not restricted to the parent company, the entire supply chain, and supply chain is MSMEs only.
True.
So MSME will have to come on board, whether there's a regulatory thing or not, and especially if someone is exporting and then the supply chain itself is not ESG compliant, all your export market goes away. So it will come. It is a process. It can't have a switch on, ESG, switch off, no ESG.
I think in BHR value chain, I think Naina Madam has covered into that. Right. So that is required to be implemented.
Quite true. Okay, the lady in the front, and I know we are running out of time. There are many more hands up in the audience. Garima, do we have 5 minutes more? One or two questions. Okay, this lady and then the lady at that point, and then we're done. But I hope the entire panel stays for lunch, because I'm quite sure they'd all love to interact with you. So I'd request you on behalf of IICA that you please stay over for lunch as well. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. I think it's wonderful panel and the discussion that is happening. And I'm Alka Tomar, and I'm a corporate sustainability and CSR professional, and heading Center for Environment Communication. Now the question is, ESG, we have been all talking about, and is in spotlight in India, especially now. I want to talk about and get some answers on the systems and framework and processes that you might have for data that will be collected as part of the reporting, and the validity, especially the authenticity of the data. What is and how is going to be collected, how is going to be verified, the data which is being reported is authenticated in through different systems. So
okay.
I want to get insight into that.
Ms. Tomar, I think your question is a very valid one, but this will take 1.5 days to answer. So if you don't mind, please take it with the panelists offline, and let's have the last question from the lady with her hands, with her hand raised. Yes, please. That'll be the final question, and then we'll wrap up.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Radhika, and I'm coming from academia. I'm doing my research in ESG investing. Quick question would be that since the BRSR is on a comply and explain mode, how are we checking the greenwashing practices of the company, A? And if you could just elaborate on the self-assessment tool which is given out by the MCA in that case.
The self-assessment tool given out by?
The MCA.
MCA, okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Would you like to answer, Anita? So essentially, how do you, Radhika's question is, how do you make sure that companies aren't giving you a lot of, false data, basically? And how do you make sure that the self-assessment is robust? So I would also like, if you would like to answer.
No, see, presently it is just reporting. So it's not, no one is auditing it, but there is an army of ESG auditors coming in. Others will start evaluating that whether you are ESG audit, one thing which in the Dhariwal said that dhoop mein rakh do apne aap. So once the transparency comes, when the figures are put in public domain, what you have given, you have others poking holes on that. That is a false figure, it's a wrong figure. So I doubt anyone will be trying to put up false figures, but it will be exposed. And soon, similar to accounting, auditing of ESG and social performance will also come in the system, first voluntary, which government may follow later as Raiva said, it's a stepwise process, making it mandatory, which I don't want it to become mandatory. I don't want any additional controls over that. The industry itself will come forward because I strongly believe better ESG will lead to better profitability, better bottom line. So,
Very good. And Anita, would you add to that?
I'll just add to
As
that.
of now, there is no plan to capture and kind of monitor this kind of data. As everybody's already mentioned, as of now is voluntary. It's not yet to be mandatory in some time to come. But if we have to pick it up, if at all, at any point in time, not in the next 4, 5, 6 years, not that I see it, but if we have to, we'll use technology, we'll use AI to pick up the red flags and probably issue notices if required. I don't know. I mean, as of today, we've not envisaged that.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for this extraordinary panel. Thank you very much, Anita, Saurav, Indradeep, PK, Naina, Vaishali, and Praveen. Ladies and gentlemen, you also been a wonderful audience, so thanks to you as well. And now over to Garima.
Thank you, sir. Right, so thank you very much, all the luminaries, dignitaries on dais, and let me assure you that you couldn't get a better panel than this on this specific topic. So, as we wrap up our panel discussion, it is clear that responsible governance plays a crucial role in the corporate world, as it is essential for the ethical and sustainable operation of businesses. We are grateful to our speakers for having such an insightful discussion and to our attendees for an active participation. We hope that this session has provided you with valuable insights and a deeper understanding of responsible governance principles and the shift from rights to duties and their significance in the Indian context. I would also like to add here that in today's era of self-governance, the government is providing a layout, the policy framework of a lot of voluntary guidelines, which is applicable to all companies irrespective of their size and structure. And now it is on the corporates to take it and drive it and contribute in the entire responsible governance ecosystem. So thank you very much, the panelists. May I now request our Director General, sir, to kindly felicitate the panel members, please. May I request, sir, to please felicitate the moderator and chair, Shri Bharat Vakluji. May I request, sir, to please felicitate Madam Nanalal Kidwai. May I request, sir, to please felicitate Shri Saurabh Garg, sir. May I request, sir, to please felicitate Ms. Vaishali Nigam. May I requesting, sir, to please felicitate Madam Anita Shah Akela. May I requesting, sir, to please felicitate PK. Also requesting, sir, to please felicitate our Joint Secretary, Shri Indradeep Singh Dhariwal, sir. Thank you very much. Requesting all of you to please join for lunch and please be on time, assemble back in the room at 2:30 sharp. We are having another very exciting panel awaiting for you. All right, just 1 second, please. Okay, so we, for all the delegates, we have some surprises, some gifts for you. So after the lunch, we have our partner, Be Vocal, who will be providing you some surprise gifts as well. And one will be at the end of the day after the last session. Choice is yours.
We would like to acknowledge gracious presence of our Honorable Minister, Raja Rao Injit Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Planning, Statistics,
I would request for a big round of applause for Ms. Special address. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite you to deliver the special address. Thank you.
To the dignitaries on the dais, to the previous august panel, especially to the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, namaskar. I thought that I would pose and answer a few questions.
So I'd request all the delegates to please join us back from lunch. I'd request our team, organizing committee, to ensure that the delegates don't miss another insightful panel. And we all are gathered here to witness our second high-level panel. I'd also like to welcome all the esteemed guests and delegates to our second panel. At this insightful event, we gather here to dwell into a topic of paramount importance: measuring the environmental footprints of businesses under Indian regulatory mechanism. It is a subject that resonates deeply with the challenges and opportunities of our time. It reflects the growing awareness and commitment to environmental sustainability. This panel discussion is an important initiative to address the pressing issue of how to accurately promote as well as govern the measurement of the environmental footprints of corporates in India. It aims to facilitate interaction and deliberation amongst various stakeholders on the key issue of measuring and reporting on the corporate environmental footprints amidst the rising regulatory pressures from the regulatory bodies in India. I am glad that it is my privilege to introduce our panel of experts, individuals whose expertise in Indian environmental regulatory mechanisms and corporate environmental matrix is truly commendable. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rajat Kumar, who is a senior officer of the Indian Administrative Service, currently working as the Principal Secretary to Government, Irrigation, Environment, Science and Tech Department, Telangana State. In past, he has worked in various policy making and policy implementing positions with the state and central government in India, as well as independent consulting assignments in the US and Europe. He is an alumni of IIT Varanasi and holds a master's degree in public administration and international development and doctorate in economics from Osmania University, Turkey. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Akhil Prasad, board member, Boeing India. He is a citizen of India and has been recently granted a global talent visa by the government of Australia. He is a board member, Group Journal Council and Company Secretary with Boeing India and based at Delhi. Sir has been nominated among top journal councils in India by Forbes India and top 100 India in-house council by Business World for 2022 and 2020 and many other global and national lists. And Sir has been nominated to the Corporate Law Committee of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry and holds a illustrious career in corporate compliances and services. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. I would also like to welcome Dr. Divya Dutt, Deputy India Country Director, UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. Dr. Dutt is an economist with over 20 years of professional experience in environmental policy research and advocacy. Dr. Dutt has a PhD in economics from Jawaharlal Nehru University in India and is recipient of the Chevening Fellowship of the Government of UK. At UNEP, she manages the India program, overseeing a wide-ranging agenda covering climate change, pollution, resource efficiency, ecosystems, and biodiversity. She has served as a member of several government advisory committees, including the Scientific and Technical Advisory Group for Environment Accounting of Government of India. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. I'd also, please join me in welcoming Mr. Upendranath Malik, Vice President, Terry Council of Business, Terry School, sorry, I've been an alumni, so can't get out of it. Sustainability, he's been heading Terry Council for Business, and with over 21 years of professional experience, Mr. Upendranath Malik leads interdisciplinary research teams at Terry to undertake varied initiatives pertaining to sustainable development and climate change for Indian businesses. He's a member of the National ESG Advisory Committee of SEBI. He's a He's a member of the Central Selection Board on Sustainable Development and Carbon Management of NTPC Limited. He's also a member of the Task Force on International Focus towards Decarbonization of Steel Sector, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, and so many other relevant advisory committees. Thank you, sir, for being here. And last but not the least, we have the moderator and the proficient professor, Tata L. Raghu. He is a chairperson of the Father Arupe Center for Ecology and Sustainability and associate professor of strategic management at Auxiliary Xavier School of Management, Jaspreetpur. He has over 32 years of research, teaching, and consulting experience in sustainable development, a Fulbright Environmental Leadership Fellow at John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University, USA. Sir earlier worked with the Wildlife Institute of India, Government of India, and many other renowned institutions in India and abroad. Raghu sir edited 2 books and published extensively on environmental governance and policy. It's a privilege to have amongst you, sir, and it's been an honor to introduce such an illustrious panel. Over to you, Raghu sir. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, and welcome to this panel discussion. We have seen one earlier panel discussion which has set the stage afire, if I have to call it that way. And as colleagues on this panel, I'm sure we will do better. Okay, let's hope. That's what keeps us alive. And when we talk about environment management, or measurements, what gets measured gets managed. Okay, but how accurately we measure, and how transparently we disclose, and what are the challenges between the cup and the lip in this game of disclosures related to environment. We have seen that multiple states, the compliance rates are very high. Every company has complied to the environmental regulations, but on the, in real world, we see that the environment has deteriorated. Are there gaps? The point I am trying to drive home is a good policy gets made based on good data. Okay. If data is inaccurate, whatever policies we want to make may not yield the desired outcomes. Then, to support these good policies that we make, we need strong institutional mechanisms to implement the policies. Okay? So, it is contingent upon the institutions responsible for data management, data collection, monitoring, to see that there is transparency, accountability at that phase also. Okay, so what in this panel we'll try to do initially is to understand the environmental reporting measurement requirements. We have this umbrella act of Environmental Protection Act 1986, under which almost not less than 400 different types of disclosures are to be made by the corporate world, whether it is MSMEs or big companies. Okay, so on one side, it puts tremendous pressure on the companies to measure each of these parameters and report to the concerned authorities. On the other side, it becomes a challenge for the monitoring agencies to see whether this data is accurate or not. Okay, so in that context, multiple other secondary challenges arise. If the reporting and the monitoring is weak, then will the GDP-oriented economies or fast-growing economies, will they be able to measure accurately either the environmental harm that the GDP growth is imposing on the society and the environment? And on the other side, is the GDP also helping in achieving the human well-being or social welfare objectives for which any policy is made? So what I'm trying to point out is that we have an array of issues which will determine the outcomes of what we are going to discuss here. And in that context, I'm very happy that we have a very eminent panel, and right from top bureaucrats running the governments, and corporate honcho from Boeing, and someone from Terry who have been into this business or in this, I don't want to call it business, but in the business of measuring management, helping companies achieve their environmental targets, and someone from an international, UNAP, which has oversight
across the world. I think we have a panel that is strong enough to compete with the panel that we have witnessed pre-lunch. And so let me start by posing few very simple questions to start with. First one to Dr. Rajat Kumar. Telangana has been a pathbreaker in the recent years. The economic growth the state has witnessed and the kind of projects, large scale, and it's also diversified from purely a manufacturing state to a service-oriented IT-based things. In this context, what the governments think, or the Telangana state government thinks about measuring, monitoring, particularly environmental quality, how it wants to ensure for the present and the future generations. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Raghu. Before I start answering your question, you've put a lot of pressure on us by trying to compete with the previous panel. So I think let's wipe that out. Control-Alt-Del. It's not a competition. We'll try to talk about what we know. I'm sure they did a great job talking about what they knew. Anyway, so true. Actually, Telangana has been a kind of leader kind of a state for quite some time now. I joined the cadre in 1991 or something. And at that time also, like, we were being perceived as one of the more vanguard of like modernization in India. I have worked closely with the government, which has now been voted out of the power. So for the last 10 years, I'll focus more on what was done in the last 10 years, because if I get into the historical context, the entire time might be consumed by me only. Well, so if you look at the last 10 years, you very rightly said, I mean, we do have a very strong presence in manufacturing. There are a lot of defense manufacturing establishments there. There is the aviation industry that has come up in a big way. Pharmaceutical, all these industries are actually there quite historically so, like from 60s, 70s, they have been coming in there and they've seen a lot of growth, kind of quantum growth in the last few years. Since beginning late 90s, mid 90s, it has emerged as IT center also. And of late, it is the fastest growing IT center in like the country. It's overtaken some established players and now it's like ranked second behind Bangalore as far as the turnovers are concerned. Now, obviously this puts a lot of pressure on the environmental challenges. I mean, there is both. There is a supply side, the pollution supply side, if I may say, of the traditional manufacturing industries, which has been a challenge. There's still like, a lot of like, complaints that we receive from the people and see in the press and actually experience sometimes of untreated waste being dumped into water bodies and some kind of like, non-compliance with the environmental norms of release of, pollutants into the atmosphere and things like that. Largely, our regulatory bodies have been effective. The PCB has been fairly effective in controlling that. I'll tell you how we have tried to tackle that menace. But on the flip side, with the coming of the IT industry and with the coming of international players into Hyderabad, the demand for compliance to environmental norms has also grown a lot. So that's a very good thing. Politicians tend to listen to what basically is demanded from the voters, basically. And now that there is a large presence of, especially like, business process outsourcing units these are gigantic units, by the way. These outsourcing agencies, some of them, simply Genpact employs 75,000 employees in one place, so that's the kind of people. A lot of them are migrating from outside. They have high disposable incomes. They are looking at good services, good medical and health facilities, good road infrastructure, and above all, good environment. So our environmental parameters are like, now there is a growing consciousness of what we need to do for that. Largely, you see, the environmental issues are the legal framework, the compliance framework for that, the regulatory framework is developed by Government of India. Where the state comes in is in implementation. You see, ultimately, when there is a breach of those regulatory norms, who goes in? The police has to take action. The PCB has to, the Pollution Control Board of the state has to take action. And in that, I think we have been extremely good. We have managed to balance. You see, overactive regulatory bodies have another problem. So they become overactive, then there is complaints against them, there is over-enthusiasm, there is corruption issues and all that come in, and things like that. Cost of compliance for companies goes in, industries are scared away. We have had tremendous growth with good environment. And I think that's because of 2-3 things largely. I think successively, though, I mean, I'm working for the last regime, things like that closely. They have done an excellent work. Some of the corporate colleagues were actually endorsing that view. The previous industry minister was very accessible. So personal accessibility, a systemic approach to resolving issues and all that. Second thing is very high usage of technology in monitoring and things like that. I mean, I think the way, like, I mean, the Telangana State Pollution Control Board has modernized, you know, like its own equipment. Most of the things are online. We have, it's a good health industry like center. A lot of biomedical waste is generated over there. We have a state of art. I think, like, I mean, I've recently reviewed it. It can be compared to the system of biomedical waste disposal anywhere in the European countries, honestly. There's a starting with like the packaging, transportation things and all that. So some of the achievements that we have are really, really, like, I mean, make India proud also. So I think, like, I mean, accessibility, industry-friendly, like, kind of approach over the last 20, 25 years that I've personally seen. Extremely good use of technology. And another thing is that, like, at the state level also, there's a framework which is actually industry-friendly. For example, we have this law called the TS I-Pass. That I-Pass is basically, puts statutory limits on how long you can take to do clearances. It's like the EBIS thing a little bit, if some of you are familiar, which is used as a global yardstick of business friendliness of different governments. But it's like customized to the state and its operations. So there are time limits. We have tried to eliminate interpersonal, like interactions which can be frictious, and also like sometimes unnecessary demands are made for compliance. So all that we have eliminated. So good technology, a good policy framework, a proactive and friendly government, and it's from the corporate side, so like I'm not touching much on it, but there have been some very big ticket programs for environmental upgradation also. For example, I mean, I'll be amiss if I don't mention, we've been taking up a program called Telangana Haritaharam. It's a green garland. Haritaharam means in Telugu, it will mean a green garland. So this has led to actually afforestation of about 8% of the state. Green cover in Telangana over the last decade has increased by 8%. It's literally rolling back the years, you know. I mean, it's probably taken 50 years to like degrade 8% of land. In the last 10 years, we have rolled it back by growing that many trees. Water tables, I mean, I handle irrigation, so I can tell you, has gone up by about 9 meters in the state. Entire state has come out of the red zone into the black zone, so water availability. So like, I mean, there are supporting policies on environmental protection and upgradation also. So all this, I think, is where we are at. Thank you.
It's wonderful. If you ever visited Telangana, you see that over the last 2 decades, there has been a perceptible change in the government's emphasis on environment and the corporate responsibility on the other side. Even more importantly, the citizen awareness on environment is very, very high in that state. No, might be for various reasons and awareness creation programs that were run by the state government. And another thing is how Telangana has revived its traditional water tanks, village level water tanks. Millions of them are brought back, revived. When he referred to water tables coming back up by 9 meters, it didn't happen by one intervention. It was multiple interventions to harvest water throughout the year. I think, thank you very much for those very interesting first set of information we are getting from you, sir. I'll try to extract more out of you. Now, if I move to Arupendra Malik ji. He has been with Terry and in the environment sphere for many decades now. And I'm sure you are witness to evolution of environmental regulations in this country. Okay, right from the environmental impact assessment or the Water Pollution Prevention Act and Water Pollution and EPA. And how did we really meet up to the challenges that a country of this diversity and population, or do we need to more? Okay, what has been our journey, and what is going to be the future directions on our environmental regulations, and where corporates play one part of it. I think corporates are not the only ones. Actually, the real pollution comes from municipalities. Okay, most of the sewage water and the water pollution is happening because of untreated wastewater that's getting into our river systems and water bodies. Okay, so my question for you is to look at the evolution of environmental regulation and the possible future directions on that.
No, thank you, Dr. Raghu, for this question, and thank you IICA for having Terry here. In fact, I am I'm imbalancing the gender balance of the panel. We were to have our Director General Dr. Vibha Dhawan on this panel, but I'll try to do justice and fill up her experience and knowledge in this panel. I think, Dr. Raghu, an important point that you mentioned at the very beginning is the confluence between environment and development. And today, we see that India as a country is increasingly becoming the voice of the global South to establish that environment protection and economic growth and development can go hand in hand. And it is very, very well depicted in the voluntary national reporting that India does to the United Nations on the progress to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, where India as an Annex 1 country has done a tremendous job in articulating the role of the private sector in accomplishing the Sustainable Development Goals, and which is where we believe that the environmental footprint aspect is very, very well covered and is part of the development trajectory that we look at. Also interestingly, SDG 12, which is the sustainable consumption, production and consumption, there is a specific indicator 12.6 that talks about the number of sustainability reports that a country produces, and that, to my mind, also reflects on the kinds of regular data collection, data management that happens within the individual corporations to look at to produce robust and consistent sustainability reports, which is again a great leverage to the particularly for the capital markets. And as we look at the new kind of capitals that are coming into the access, which would mean that the consistent information will have the market confidence, will have the investor confidence to look at the new capitals to be infused into the Indian market and benefit the economy, the industry, not just the large but also the the supply chain and the medium enterprises. With this, what we see is a significant shift in the way, environmental regulations were looked upon. And, like you mentioned, so, the right to environment is a clean environment is our, fundamental right, of course. But the Environment Protection Act and specifically to the, with respect to the environmental footprint, some of the recent, regulatory frameworks, say the plastic management rules, the electronic waste, e-waste management rules, the hazardous waste management and handling rules, all of them have become a formidable part of what we see in the industry is no more a compliance issue, but it has become a part of their business continuity plans. And which is where what we also see is, the overemphasis of carbon, and there we also see that, how some of the natural resources, water, air, waste, biodiversity are becoming integral part of the environmental regulations, the framework. Last, I would also draw an important important linkage is with the so we have Mr. Bharat Baklu, the the torchbearer of the NGBRC, and this framework today forms the part of SEBI's BRSR framework, and given some of the very recent recent announcements by SEBI, particularly the core elements, if you see, both under Principle 2 on reducing environmental footprint, and Principle 6 on how do we embrace circularity, reduce carbon footprint, reduce water footprint. I think this is for the larger large industries, the listed entities, this is becoming a go-to framework. And thanks to the efforts of many such many similar organizations and professionals, that we are today looking at a consistent consistent indicators to measure some of these indicators, which brings in more uniformity, more clarity on the kinds of actions that is happening.
No, wonderful. You mentioned something which is very pertinent. Now business looks at compliances and other things as a business continuity plan. I think that nails the issue. For example, we have so many extended producer responsibility obligations on companies now, extending right from commercial batteries to tires now, to plastics and vehicle scrappage policy. All are driving at electronic waste, of course, and all of these are driving at how can we close the loop and not think of waste as waste and convert it into some kind of a value-added opportunity. Okay, in that context, my next question obviously will be to the industry representative here, Dr. Akhil Prasad. And Boeing is a technology giant. Their innovations are mind-boggling if you look at their history of the company, and the way they re-engineer themselves whenever a new challenges or new regulations or new demands are put on them. And aviation sector is amongst the last one to be tapped when it comes to decarbonization because of various challenges. And how do you look at this environmental regulations to your aviation sector, but also beyond, as a corporate, someone who sits on the board of major companies? Please enlighten our audience on that.
So thank you, Dr. Raghu. I was not in the previous session, but I can assure you it will be a smooth takeoff and a smooth landing.
Wonderful.
So, my experience so far as a general counsel, who is responsible for ensuring compliances, is now about 29 years. And I've been really fortunate to have worked for some of the very, very well-known companies globally. And I have been, in most of these companies, the first Indian GC. So I replaced foreign lawyers. For example, before Boeing, I was with Fidelity. Fidelity had an American lawyer. Before that, with Disney, Disney had an American lawyer. And before that, with General Motors and other companies. So the focus has always been there on compliances. That has been a very, very short answer from a corporate sector point of view. But I think let's go back to 1986 when you mentioned about the Environment Protection Act. The cause of that legislation, if people will recall, was an industrial disaster, which was Union Carbide case at Bhopal. So because of that, everything started and we did not have the regulatory approvals, or we did not have such a stringent compliance program. But perhaps that was an eye-opener. Because if you have not seen the latest Netflix, The Railwayman, you must definitely watch, because that is where you come to a conclusion that that particular Union Carbide plant was approved to be set up in the center of the city, where it was using chemicals which it should not have done. So that is an eye-opener. And if you see from 1986 to today, I think we have seen a drastic change in terms of where these industries should be, what are the industrial zones, where the factories should be set up. I think there has been a transformative change. To give credit, I think both central government and state government have always given us a landscape which has been very, very pro-industry. So we have seen since independence till now, successive governments have only enabled business. And that enablement of business in last 10 years have been fantastic, because that is something what we have seen in the previous government versus in this government. I think all governments have always been proactive in terms of enabling business. Otherwise, I as a GC would not have had 29 years of experience in India, had there been no proactive support from the central government and the state government. But now talking about the aviation industry, let me first give you a little statistics. On the pollution side, I think if you see reports, I think the aviation industry contributes to just about 3% of the overall pollution, the carbon emissions. And if you really see the aviation, if you see the transportation sector, aviation sector is only contributing 11% to those carbon emissions. So the size of the problem, perhaps for aviation industry, is not as big as the other polluters. But what does it mean? Does it mean that we should be complacent? The answer is no. Because an aircraft, when you manufacture an aircraft, whether it is for a defense use, whether it's for a commercial use, imagine the parts and components are sourced from at least 200 plus countries. So if we are manufacturing a plane in the United States, please imagine that the parts and components will come not only from United States, but 200 other countries. And that is where they get assimilated and the products are developed. The other statistic, if a plane has to fly, and it has to fly, say, in 200 countries, you have to seek approval from the Civil Aviation Authority of each country for that the plane is airworthy, the airworthiness of the plane. So DGCA in India is one regulator, but in US we have the FAA, in France we have the other, in UK we have the other, in Germany we have the other. So a plane has to undergo so many checks, compliance checks, not only in India, but across the world. And that is not only for the plane manufacturer, it is also for the supply chain. So at the lunch, we saw there are so many suppliers of aviation sector which have their stalls outside, but these are not only suppliers in India, these are all global suppliers. So for example, in Telangana, we have set up our factory in Hyderabad, which is for manufacturing of aerostructures for our Apache helicopters. We are also making the tail cones for the 737. But the biggest thing is, this factory is a global source for all Apache aerostructure sustainment or support across the world. So what it means is that it is not only for 25 or 30 helicopters that we will sell in India that we will make aerostructures. Anywhere in the world where a Apache helicopter will be sold, the aerostructure will be made in India. So that's the power of why it is not only Boeing. I think there are other aviation companies who are doing this. They are using the leverage of the India advantage. And the India advantage is we have very high quality suppliers, and these high quality suppliers have to pass the test of compliance, not only from the Indian regulation perspective, but also European Union, but also from United States, because the part that will be manufactured in India will be used in a plane which will fly worldwide. So it has to meet the quality tests and parameters across the world. On environment, I think as the General Counsel in 2002, when I was the General Counsel of General Motors, I think I was equally engaged in the implementation of the environmental protection in the factory for manufacturing as I am today. I have seen no difference. I think in terms of the corporate sector's sensitivity to the compliance issue is huge. The problem lies not with the big corporates, because the big corporates will in any case be compliant and will ensure compliance. They have the cost, they can put in the cost of compliance, but I think 90% of the business is still done by MSME. I think that is where we need to encourage them, we need to support them, we need their help, and we need to provide them help to ensure that they also are able to meet those compliance levels to ensure the restriction of carbon emission. So, very short comments.
No, wonderful. The important thing is in any manufacturing, almost 80% of emissions lie outside the firm's premises. No, it is not in their scope 1. Okay, that creates challenges of how we handhold and transition these upstream and downstream value chain players and make them move towards achieving certain environmental goals. Now, in that context, if I just go back to, I'll come to you, ma'am, just give me a moment. Nrupendra, if I come back to you, the role of certifications, voluntary certifications like ISO or other things, how they play a role in making this supply chain wide or value chain wide environmental compliances easier. If we ask smaller MSMEs to adopt these certifications, does it impose a cost on them? Or who should take the ownership? Should it be the bigger players in the supply chain?
Thank you, Dr. Raghu, to point this out. And yes, we believe that we believe, and what we are also seeing is several such standards are being developed and are being adopted. An important, a very important standard that we see is the International Sustainability Standards Board. And from TEDI we have been party to the development process, and right now we are also working with the with SEBI and the mutual fund market to also implement this. We believe that the International Sustainability Standard Board is a hallmark global initiative to actually bring consistency into the reporting. So now, when we now say that environmental footprint, so there is a consistent language that people now understand. Also, the Bureau of Indian Standards is also playing a very critical role. We are involved in a handful of technical committees to to produce standards on resource efficiency and circular economy for the data centers, for the electric and electronic equipments, for plastics, on how do we on the guidelines and the code of solid waste disposal, the guidelines and recovery, recycling of plastic waste. What we and drawing in from an experience of how such a guidelines and a standard will be helpful. One example that comes to my mind, and and what Dr. Prasad was also talking about, the DGCA regulation, annual reporting on GHG emissions and annual reductions by the airline sector. There is one more sector in India who have a mandatory reporting, and this was this started way back in 2016. That is the telecom sector. So TRI is also one more agency that does annual reporting, and the key to the success was to provide a very simple template on what data points do you need to capture and how do you then articulate your annual reduction plans. Adoption of some of these standards or frameworks by the supply chain is very critical. Where we are seeing the seeds of success is very recently we were we were with a MSME cluster in Kolhapur in Maharashtra, which is the largest secondary steel producers, and they are the suppliers. So the point that Dr. Raghu, you were making about the different scopes and your value chain emissions happening in your value chain, that they produce those goods which are then used by the John Deere, the Mahindras and the Ashok Leylands of the world. There what we are witnessing is the transaction cost for complying to some of these requirements, that what is your embodied energy for the steel ingot that you are supplying to me. The transaction costs are being borne by the OEMs, and which is where that this adds to a lot of motivation and inspiration for some of these the medium-sized players to actually adopt and implement in true letter and spirit these standards. But having said that, this is not a, I must say that this is not a rosy picture, that this is happening all across, and wherever there isn't such a mechanism that exists, we see that there is resistance. What we strongly believe is the engagement and the handholding for some of these measurements would definitely be be critical to overcome the initial the inertia. A significant reporting requirements what we are also seeing where the MSMEs are also getting exposed is the CBAM requirements. And today there is a we see that there is a hungry set of minds that is that is looking at answers, that how do I do this what is carbon footprint, how do I do this carbon footprint, because I have received a questionnaire. Now the approach to just fill up a a satisfactory questionnaire to implement this is a transition journey that we strongly believe that the OEMs and some of the cluster associations need to come together to actually make some of these tools, methodologies available, provide them in local languages, provide them in not very technical languages, which becomes key to the success of some of these voluntary standards, voluntary frameworks to be adopted in true letter and spirit?
Thank you very much. No, that's a very insightful thing that the bigger players are hand-holding, actually sharing some of the costs that are imposed on the smaller players to make the entire value chains move towards better environmental footprint or reducing their environmental footprints. Now, coming to Dr. Divya Datta, she is an economist. She works for an international agency, UNEP, and in your perspective, India recently disclosed under UNFCCC that 5.6% of GDP was spent in a year to decarbonize Indian economy, okay, which is a humongous investment that is made by a country for installing our renewables and other things. At COP28, this is what was disclosed. But besides that, when you look at the disclosure practices that are adopted, or measurement practices that are adopted in India versus other countries, even developed countries, do you see a change, or what can India learn from the world's best practices, or what India can teach to the world? I think that's also, India has made tremendous progress, and I think there are definitely certain lessons that India can teach the rest of the world. Okay, your perspectives on that, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us, me as UNEP, to this panel. I think that's a very interesting question, and I would say that, given this very globalized context that we are working in, and the fact that, in almost every international treaty, every international negotiation, businesses are now on the table, and they have a very important role to play. So what we find is that more and more, quite apart from the generic reporting frameworks that exist, and some of which was mentioned in the panel, we find more and more in all the treaties, and I'll give you some examples, we find very specific requirements now for businesses to report and businesses to disclose. So for instance, on plastics, there is currently a treaty being negotiated. There is an international negotiating committee that has been constituted, and a treaty is being negotiated to end all plastic waste by a certain year. And there again, in that treaty, in the draft of that treaty, the draft is already online, so everybody has access to it. You will see there is very clear reference to the role for businesses in reporting their plastic, footprint. Similarly, in the recently drafted and finalized Kunming-Montreal biodiversity, post-2020 biodiversity framework, there is a very clear reference to what businesses need to do to ensure that their footprint, biodiversity-related footprint is minimized. So the point I'm making is that, I think at least, and going back to the point on large versus small, I think as far as the large industry, the large businesses are concerned, they are all adhering to these global standards. And more these standards are getting enshrined, not only in national legislation, but also in global commitments that countries are making. And through that, what businesses will need to make if they are to comply with the country's international commitment. But it's a small industry, the SMM, the small, medium, micro enterprises that will need to be brought into the fold better. And again, to give you an example from plastics, we are supporting, on the EPR legislation that India has, we are working now with cities to help them implement EPR regulations in India. And there is a very robust system that Ministry and CPCB have put into place for reporting of, by producers, brand owners, and importers of plastic have to provide very detailed information, including recyclers, very detailed information of their operations. And when we interact with the industry players, we find that it is the MSME sector which is very reluctant sometimes to come on board. Many of them have been, are not formalized, and they feel hesitant about what kinds of restrictions may be imposed on them if they start reporting or they become part of the formal. So I think it's also a lot of apprehension. So it's a lot of hand-holding, not only in terms of skills and capacities in these segments, but also mindsets. And I think those are some of the issues that we will need to work with, especially with that segment of the industry. So one is this aspect, but I wanted to also sort of raise a a larger point on, there are now sector-specific reporting, and I can give you some examples again there. But I think one very important aspect of reporting is related to the financial sector. Because when the financial sector starts, putting in place a system for businesses to report, and when the financial transactions, loans, etc., become contingent on some of these reporting, then you see a market change happen on its own. So again, UNEP has an initiative called UNEP FI, which is a UNEP Finance initiative, where we are working with 300 financial institutions, which represent almost half of the banking industry of the world. We've developed with them what we call principles of responsible banking, which among other things includes aspects related to disclosure, to accountability, to governance frameworks, etc. And we're having very extensive interactions as we speak with the financial industry in India, including the regulator, including SBI, including Indian Banking Association, to bring them on board this whole framework. And I think that when that comes into place, we will see that a lot of the businesses again under different segments will start responding. So those are just some of the examples of how at the global level what's happening is sort of percolating down at different levels within the country and the kinds of challenges that we are seeing. But all in all, I'd say that even if you look at the whole thing of science-based targets, this is an initiative of UN Compact with Climate Disclosure Project and a few others. Almost 60 Indian industries have signed up to it. They have science-based targets which are aligned to global targets of the country and also the global goal of trying to limit emissions to 1.5 or temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial levels. So Indian industry is I think very progressive, very forward-looking. We have seen net zero announcements by so many companies and business houses. So all in all, I would say that it's there is a lot that's happening in this sector in the country. Of course, there are areas where things can improve, and there again, with the latest regulations from RBI, from SEBI, we are seeing more and more happening. But I would really stress on this point of bringing the MSME segment on board when it comes to reporting and strengthening them and building capacity there for monitoring and reporting.
Wonderful, Divya. There are a few very important points that you raised. When you talked about Montreal biodiversity economy, Montreal biodiversity economy. So the regulations or the expectations on corporates is widening beyond carbon, okay, and that's how it should be. And in terms of business coming on to address these issues, it is a very recent phenomenon. If you look at, it was only during 2006, UNGC was formulated, Kofi Annan and then Ban Ki-moon. They realized that these global challenges cannot be addressed by the governments alone, and private sector and business has to be onboarded. That's when seriously, and once business came in, we have seen tremendous progress, both in terms of change, the ground level change that we see, as well as the fine-tuning of methodologies, because the companies come with a tremendous amount of measuring capabilities. Okay, so I think that was a wonderful combination, governments and private sector coming together. And besides that, you talked about banking sector, PRI, Principles for Responsible Investing in Banking. Not many Indian banks have ratified that as of now, but there is a GAG protocol for banking sector to measure and report their portfolio carbon. Okay, would you like to say a few words on that, how challenging it is? If you want to, if I'm not pushing, because that's very, how does a financial institute that lends money own up carbon that is being emitted by their lending decisions? And how do you measure it? And what proportion should get into the bank's account? What should go into the, actually who is conducting the business?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's not an easy, not an easy issue to integrate in lending decisions, because I mean, even at the global level, we talk about carbon markets, we're talking about carbon trading. The systems to actually operationalize some of these have not been really worked out very well, because it's not very easy, like you just spoke yourself about scope 1, scope 3, scope 2, scope 3 emissions. So where do you draw the line, and how do you define and measure some of these emissions? But I think, I mean, the very fact that 300 financial institutions have signed up, and we have some really good case studies where banks have integrated and financial institutions have integrated emission portfolios, their own and of their borrowers, into their decision making. To give you an example, I think it is in Thailand that, I think it's a food-based company. It's a food processing company. And the bank that has adopted the principles has actually now linked interest rates to the reporting and compliance of emissions by that company. So the more they are able to comply, the lower is the interest rate. So, I mean, it's a complicated issue, but it's not an issue which is completely intractable, and we are seeing live examples from industry that things can work. So I would say, let best not be the enemy of the good, and let's move forward with what we are seeing works. Thank you.
No, wonderful. Now, if I come back to Dr. Rajat Kumar, okay, if you see, of late, NGT, National Green Tribunal, has imposed almost 80,000 crores worth of fines or penalties on state governments. Okay, that's for on all the cumulative as of 2023 July is about 80,000 crores. Okay, so does that mean that states which are the municipal bodies that are mandated to manage the municipal solid waste and sewage have failed historically to meet their mandates or obligations? Okay, how do we address these kinds of, because this requires raising a lot of capital to invest into these technologies. So how do state governments address these challenges, and where are the opportunities for bringing that capital that is required?
So Telangana escaped slightly lightly. I think if I'm correct, we had 3,443 crores imposed on us out of 80. But jokes apart, that's a very, very important point that you're raising. I mean, you see, this environmental challenge is a challenge that all of us face. It's a challenge which actually talks about the existence of life itself, life as we know it on Earth. As we speak, species are getting decimated. Studies have shown earlier, like the disappearance of a species would occur over millions of years. Now we have reports coming in from, for example, like, I mean, there's a particular type of frogs that a graduate student in the United States was doing her research on this, like frogs that are found very bright colored, iconic frogs, small ones, like, in Panama. And she went there once and she found plenty of the species and studied, and then went back to check her thesis and finds that they're not to be found all over. If you've heard about it, it's shocking. I mean, it's shocking. Over a year, these frogs have suddenly disappeared. The causes are being debated. So it's a question of disappearance of life from Earth, and all stakeholders are concerned. Corporates, governments, individuals, and of course the local civic bodies and the local governments, if you say. Now, I will tell you what exactly happened in Telangana, and that's perhaps like, since I dealt with it, I got the fine. I was dealing with it for 4 or 5 years, trying to avoid that fine. And I mean, I don't want to express my views about the NGT decisions in public. That's a separate issue. We can talk about it on some other closed forum. But having said that, the majesty of law is there, so we complied with it. Now, you have raised some very important. Hyderabad has a treatment capacity, sewage treatment capacity of 780 MLD, installed capacity. And my Managing Director, Hyderabad Metropolitan Water and Sewage Board assures me that he functions at 110% efficiency, which is well nigh impossible, anybody who is aware of the sewage treatment technologies available with us, and that he treats about 800. Even if his contention were correct, we generate around 1800 MLD. And that means that roughly 1,000 MLDs of sewage, untreated sewage, are going out and polluting these water bodies. So after I took charge of this department, I got one of those things. It's been, by the way, it's not a new phenomenon. I mean, it's been going on for the last maybe 25 years, or if not more. And finally, the Supreme Court had a hearing and made it mandatory on the local entities to ensure that this was implemented in every urban, by all states. I mean, even the rural areas are covered in this, but the focus is more, I mean, the problem is more higher in the urban areas because of the intensity of pollution. So that's the situation. And then, so my member secretary pollution control board said that, what is it that we can do about it, sir? I mean, this is implemented by the MAUD department, you know, this typical working in silos kind of a thing. So I told her that, look, I mean, it's a problem, and I don't know if you go and settle in Delhi, I'm looking at settling down in Hyderabad. It's my problem. So I'm not looking at it as an environment ministry problem versus MAUD problem. Let's think about what we can do. You are a regulator, we are a regulator. Let's start like making noises, man. I mean, and like also, I mean, like, you know, you can raise it at political levels. They are sympathetic here. If you present the problem properly, sometimes, I mean, definitely we are able to cut across silos, you know. So, I mean, to some extent I was dramatic also that next time I'll have to appear. They are saying that they'll imprison me to the chief minister. And like, I mean, I had to raise some heckles over there and get some traction. Because, you know, like, I mean, there are very, I mean, to be honest, I handle irrigation, for example. That has got huge, gargantuan appetite for, like, you know, funds. So where do you meet? Welfare, you have to win elections. You don't give, like, nowadays, some governments are going around everything under the sun free. I mean, you know, those, and it's a competitive game. You don't give it, you lose. So there is big challenges of funding, as Dr. Raghu was saying. I mean, where do we meet it? The urban bodies, the local bodies are pretty starved of funds. We haven't got our act right there. I think there's a lot to be done over there. So what do we do? So anyway, so like, I mean, this is exactly what the question boiled down to at the minister's level. We had a progressive minister of the urban development thing. He says, what do we do? So we looked around, and then like, I mean, government of India had like actually tried this ham. No, green bonds don't work. You know, ultimately you are leaving more public debt and it all comes under your FRBM. So there are policy challenges there. Regulatory challenges, financial regulations there. So the hybrid annuity model was what we chose. It has worked well. In the case of like sewage treatment plants, we went with that. It's still required. The total requirement, if I remember correctly, was about 43,000 crores for installing, like making Hyderabad. I'm talking about a particular example so that you know, I illustrate what Dr. Raghu was pointing out in a more concrete terms. About 43,000 crores was required for total funding. So under the hybridized, hybrid annuity model, you pay 20%, and at the time of tendering, you pay a certain percentage, 10%. So eventually it boiled down to providing about 5,000 crores in the budget. That's the only way. Municipal bodies are never going to find that kind of money. I mean, they barely have light repair करने के लिए पैसे बड़े मुश्किल से आते हैं. If a bulb conks out in your colony, you would know how long it takes for it to get repaired and replaced. And this is Delhi. So other states are not really that well off either, other cities. So, but I must say, I mean, if you push hard enough, there is a growing. That's what I meant, that there is a like, you know, I mean, the pressure on the government has to come, you know, the democratic pressure, the people's pressure, the demand for that. So this was understood. And, you know, Hyderabad has got an influential, the IT crowd, there's an international crowd that's coming up, and they demand better living standard, but it's thing, and this was understood. So we got 5,000 crores, and I'm happy to say that we are actually going to like make this thing, the project is on, thanks to the NGT ruling. They have put a timeline, and actually we didn't meet that timeline. That is where the fines are coming from. You must be aware of that. But I think by 2024 March, we'll be like installing another 1,200, like raising it beyond 2,000 MLD treatment capacity per day. And that would make Hyderabad sewage proof up to 2030. Thank you. So what I'm saying is that there are ways that governments can find on it. What we need, and I would like to take a couple of points told by Dr. Malik and Dr. Dutt. See, this whole thing about like, corporate, I mean, like the corporate sector itself has a lot of role in implementing like this, compliance. As you move down the supply chain, why don't like we develop norms that, just like the banks are imposing a cost on high carbon footprint, borrowers. Similarly, like, companies like Boeing, and I'm sure you must be having, maybe, in the course of discussion, you'll get a chance to elaborate on it. Why don't you impose some kind of environmental, like, footprint conditionalities on your suppliers? It will have an economic trade-off. It will shake a few, like, established suppliers and things like that. But eventually, by putting this kind of pressure right down everywhere, ultimately, like, ways are found. Best practices are established. And gradually, like, this kind of snowballs into a big victory, Anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
How much time do we have? We will take the questions in a while. We have 35 minutes. Okay, we have. Then I can get some more insights from our esteemed panel members. Dr. Akhil Prashad. Virgin Atlantic was the first airline to run on a biofuel. Okay, and it provided tremendous PR or brand reputation for that company. When can we expect global aviation moving towards such kind of cleaner fuels? Question one. Second one, you have very deep supply chains, as you mentioned, and your life cycle assessment based environmental footprints will be spread across and also impact societies across the world, wherever the raw materials are coming from. So how a large company like Boeing addressing these twin, one is a technological challenge, second one is penetrating deep into the supply chains to make your vendors, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, accountable for their environmental footprints.
So, sir, if you see our 2023 sustainability report, we have already mentioned in that report that by 2030, all planes will be SAF enabled. They will run on SAF by 2030, which is just 7 years from now. And, we have done, including SpiceJet in India. SpiceJet has done, flights which they use SAF. So in India, it's been implemented. We are also looking at a hydrogen technology fuel, which we have already implemented in UAE. And in UAE, it is already being tested whether the hydrogen fuel, how successful it will be, and the tests have been very, very positive. So I think by 2030, we have already committed in our sustainability report that all planes of Boeing will be SAF enabled. And we have also, if you see in our sustainability report, it has been mentioned that Boeing has procured billions of gallons of SAF, to be ready for its rollout. So I think from a technology standpoint, there are few fundamental things which are very, very important for all aviation companies. The first is quality. So quality is not only, as I said, that quality is not only for what we are manufacturing in the United States, but everything that goes inside it. So there are several, so if we talk about India, we have about 350 supply chain professionals who look after each and every supplier. And their job is to ensure, maintain quality not only from Indian level, but a global level. Because all these parts, components, whether we are manufacturing doors, whether we are manufacturing tail cones, whether we are manufacturing part of the wings or the aerostructures, these are going into the global supply chain. And they have to meet the quality standards. Our contracts are very tight. it is very clearly mentioned in the contracts with our suppliers that they have to meet global standards. And global standards, we can, for example, say EU or US or India. So they have to comply with all those standards. The third thing is, if you see our sustainability report, we have put a very strong emphasis on testing. So we have two technology solutions. One is what we call as Cascade, and please Google it, read about it. This Cascade is a software which we implemented a few years ago. And in that Cascade, it puts you into a real life situation. That if you were to have what is the aerodynamics of the wing, model of the wing, what should be the aluminum component, what should be the composite component, what is the ideal combination of the parts and components to make a plane lighter. So whenever you see a new plane, the goal is to increase fuel efficiency by at least 15 to 20%. It should consume less fuel. So that is the goal. And you can put all these results into Cascade and come out with a real solution. You can see the real solution. The other thing is technology enabled. So this is what you see on screen. So somebody should say, what about the actual testing? So then there is also another solution which is called an eco demonstrator, which is our 787 planes, our 777 planes have been configured so that whatever output comes from Cascade as a tool, all those things you can test on a real plane. What should be, so if it is SAF fuel, the SAF fuel is, put into the eco demonstrator. What is the efficiency? What are the carbon emissions? So all those testing is happening real time. So that is the commitment of the aviation industry. As I said, just 3% of the pollution comes from the aviation industry, but I think in terms of implementation of the procedures, we are much ahead. And it's not only about Boeing as a manufacturer, it also comes from the supply chain that we engage.
Thank you very much, sir. No, it's very encouraging when we hear that Boeing and other big companies are making these very progressive commitments. Okay, the timelines might shift a year this side or that side, but those commitments are the drivers of innovation. To achieve that, there's a lot of innovation. For example, adoption of rapid protoprinting. I'm sure Boeing is doing tremendously, leveraging the technology, which reduces the carbon footprint as well as material efficiencies and other things. Okay. Now, when we talked about companies business trying to reduce their environmental footprints, this comes at a cost. Okay. Obviously, the resource efficiencies, in the short term at least, there is a tremendous cost that is, but how can governments create new regulations to give a preferential buying option from those companies which are greener? Now, in other terms, what I'm referring to is the UN initiative on sustainable public procurement and the maturity level of that in India. And I would now request Dr. Divya to talk about that. Then we'll go to Dr. Malik on responsible procurement, sustainable public procurement.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very important issue. I think almost 25% of GDP is public procurement, and therefore government expenditure not only in itself has an important role in sustainability, but the fact that when they make a purchase, it creates the whole, sort of triggers the whole market for that product. And I think linked to that issue is the issue of eco-labeling, which is also picking up quite a bit in India. So on public procurement, I'd say that the general financial rules have very clear guidelines on certain sustainability aspects. I think it's been not very strong on the environment side, but on the social side, because it has, criteria for procurement from MSME, etc. So that side of it is covered. And there's been some discussion on integrating sustainability, environmental sustainability elements as well. I think, okay, let me put it at two levels. One, that there is a beginning that has been made. There are some very good examples. The fact, if you look at this, the use of electric cars by government. And that's one example. A very good example, I think, and I think this is an example that India can take to the rest of the world, is the LED example, where just through public procurement, we were able to bring down the cost of a LED bulb significantly. And now it's no longer really a price issue. You know, it's something which is affordable. Everybody is using LED. It's become a given. And that happened only with, you know, public procurement-based aggregation. So I think that's an excellent model and a very good example from India. We're working very closely, and the other example is a star rating requirement for all air conditioners procured by the government. So there are lots of very good examples. We're working closely with the Ministry of Finance to see how sustainability criteria can be integrated in the GFR itself and becomes a part of the overall framework. It takes time because the criteria themselves are so different for different product categories. So, you know, it's more, so the railways has, for instance, introduced something. So individual entities, government entities are doing it, but at that level it becomes a little more complicated. But I think once we have, you know, some of these criteria themselves fleshed out, which will happen as part of the eco-labeling program that the Ministry of Environment is now really picking and pushing, I think then it will become easier to also integrate those criteria into public procurement. But I just wanted to give one example that on a voluntary basis, we worked with the government e-marketplace, the GEM portal, to introduce green room air conditioners beyond energy efficiency. So to also bring in, you know, more clean refrigerants, which with low ozone depleting potential, etc. And the market response, even though it was voluntary, was tremendous. I mean, the Indian market really responded very well, and a lot of procurement happens purely on those voluntary criteria. So I think the important issue is when we introduce a criteria, we have to understand, of course, it triggers the market, but the market also has to be at a certain level of readiness before we launch. And I think that is really the concern, and it's a very legitimate concern of the government before launching SPP, Sustainable Public Procurement. Is the market really ready? So I think my suggestion would be to, if we have a phased plan and that phasing is announced and it's predictable, then the market kind of prepares towards that end. So progressive, just like we've done for star rating, you know, we've progressively increased the level of energy efficiency. So those kinds of programs where there is signaling, but it's not, you know, knee-jerk, I think those kinds of phased-in approaches will really help. Thank you.
That's very interesting. Two important points. Governments have to send a signal and clearly chart out a roadmap and make it available to the industry so that the necessary changes or adaptations can be made. Okay. Scaling up or creating scale for products or services which are sustainability enabled is essential. In the retail customer segment, 80% would say that their willingness to pay a premium for a sustainable product is high, or they are willing to pay a premium. But it never translates to real buying, and hardly 10% end up buying a sustainability product because it is costly. Let's say 5-star air conditioner versus 3-star. Normally we want to make a trade-off and settle at 3-star. Okay, that is the general. For that to happen, we need to create this public procurement so that the demand for sustainable products increases. Okay, it's also happening in B2B for their internal reasons. No, but I'm very familiar that Terry has been working on sustainable public procurement with the governments and various agencies. Now I want to Dr. Malik to tell us what's happening on that front and your take on it.
Thank you, Doc. A couple of things I think would be relevant for the discussion. I think an important point, Doc, that you are mentioning about the consumer behavior, and one of the, I think it is very recently done. I think only last week, the Advertising Standard Council of India has brought out a draft guidelines on how green claims for products should be articulated, and what are then the nuances of not not fulfilling those claims, or if there are false claims, what would be the implication? I think this is a very welcome move into this. So we are at a emerging economy. We are at a very early stage of consumers, be it individual consumers or bulk consumers, agreeing to, or to demonstrate that there is a appetite to pay more for green, because in our minds as buyers, always the question comes ki kitna deti hai, and that is what determines the consumer choice or the buyer choice. I think this guidelines coming into being, I think it is open for comment. So I'll invite all colleagues to also see that and provide comments. I think this would be a very positive move. On the other thing on green demand that is also happening, and I also must share this, is the First Movers Coalition. And this is being driven by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry in India. That, and India is a signatory to that, to say that we will put in demand for green products, but they should come in with the price sensitivity and some of the the preconditions. The First Movers Coalition has been a kind of a club of where some of the global OEMs and FMCG companies are also part. So are governments, and this I think would be a good proactive group of individuals, and the power of demand and the power of scale. I think there is a high potential on that. The third point, I think, for right from how do we produce green steel, how do we produce green cement, how do we produce sustainable aviation fuel. I think just on Tuesday the COP28 in Dubai concluded, and one of the so while there are a list of disappointments, but one win particularly for India has been on India and Sweden announcing that the leadership group for industry transition 2.0 would run up till 2030, which also aligns with our NDC commitment. And this is a group, and we have been fortunate to be part of this lead IT group since 2019, when this was formally announced by the UN Secretary General as a global initiative to be led by India and Sweden. And this has been a fantastic journey, and many of the access to technologies, access to low cost finance, and access to the demand markets, I think is being driven by the Lead IT 2.0 initiative, and this will definitely have a reckoning force as a unique public private partnership that brings in government players as well as private players to set out the norms that guys, we need greener products, we need to produce better. The Department of Public Expenditure, we're actually working with them on, because the other very important issue also becomes that how do we define green steel. Now, even for that matter, now that India has agreed on the CORSIA norms, now even for the sustainable aviation fuel also, the environmental footprint becomes important. That do I look at a molasses route, do I look at a alcohol to jet route, and that would also then determine that you're taking into account the environmental value chain, and how sustainability is ingrained into how and where the feedstock are being also produced. So I'm 22 years into this field, and this moment, I think some of these environmental footprint, sustainability concerns, at the supreme level of importance. I think it's a great moment to have. And but having said that, there also comes the responsibility to how do we create more credible actions to to fulfill some of these components. One last point, and I believe this would be very relevant for Dr. Dadich and her team at IICA. We strongly believe that skilling is very, very important and would be a backbone for some of these transitions or some of these changes to happen. There is a large infrastructure company in India who like Dr. Rajat was mentioning कि वो green bonds है but वो कहाँ है और कैसे काम करता है, which is actually very true. They have got sustainability linked financing. Now the challenge is that there needs to be a monitoring, reporting and verification of how you are using your proceeds. And for that, a large Indian infrastructure building company now needs different set of people, different skill sets to actually then manage, understand and implement some of these issues. Which is where I would strongly believe that IICA, with its efforts like these, I think these needs to be more and more done so that we have more more enlightened and exciting young minds at work, which will lend more credibility to all of these changes to happen.
Wonderful. What I could sense in the past, ever since we started our discussion and started hearing my panel members, is one thing. When we do prayers, we say one thing. Akasat patitam toyam yadagacchati sagaram sarvadeva namaskaram kesavam pratigacchati. Every drop of water that falls on this earth has to enter the ocean. Similarly, every prayer that we offer goes to the Almighty. But if you have seen the recent discourses across the world, everything is converging into ESG, sustainability. These are the issues that have come to the forefront because the life on earth is facing an existential threat. Okay. But how do we move forward, and is the movement right direction, needs to be substantiated by the measurement. Okay, so how quickly we create more accurate, more robust methods of measurement of our footprints, not only on the environment, on the social, or whatever dimension that we want to look at, and how quickly we take forward all this and manage them and upskill and create awareness and create a dedicated set of professionals for this monitoring and reporting. I think that is what is essential. I think now we have, I'm sure the audience is looking forward to have multiple questions, and now the floor is open for questions.
Yes, please, we can take 2 questions. Anybody? Yes, sir. Binoy, sir? Yeah. I think I can help you with the mic. Yeah. I'll just... No, sorry, it's not right.
Mic would be helpful.
Yeah, it's not working? Okay. It's working.
Yeah, now it's working.
My name is Binoy. I'm from a company called Expeditors International, and we are one of your suppliers to Boeing. So it's pretty encouraging to hear that like Boeing is doing your part to improve the technology to, make it SAF ready. But maybe is there any, indirect support to create capacity for SAF? Because as per the current projections, even to achieve net zero, the total, ramped up capacity of SAF in all the 15 pathways is not going to be sufficient to achieve the net zero in aviation. So is there any effort from Boeing and, Airbus companies, to support an ecosystem to make SAF happen?
Yeah, and that's exactly, what the aviation companies are doing. We have made a very strong commitment that by 2030 it will be implemented for all, our planes that will be deployed, including the testing is being done in India and across the world. There may be shortages, but to supplement those shortages, as I said, we are developing the hydrogen technology also, which is being tested currently in the UAE. So the idea is, if there were to be a shortfall, we have to find ways and means on what those SAF could be. It's not one fuel, but it could be a combination of many such testing capabilities. Efforts are on. Perhaps technology moves faster than what we think. So I think what we will develop, perhaps in next 2-3 years, cannot be predicted, but what I can tell you will be much faster than what we think.
Because of the shortage of supply, the price of SAF is 4 times your ATJ now.
Yeah.
So that's also unaffordable for customers on the other side.
So when we started a telephone call through a cell phone, it used to be 60 rupees a minute. We know what it is today.
Yeah.
So that is how it's going to be.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question for the panel?
Yes. Very good afternoon. Ashna Singh from Terry School of Advanced Studies. My question is to Prasad sir and Malik sir with their combined experience in compliance and developing research and collaborations and frameworks. With the advent of policies and frameworks like CBAM, our organizations are seen to have been on a catch-up game with these regulations that are being introduced by the EU. In this respect, my question is there a felt need by the corporations to move ahead of this curve, or are we adopting a policy of you do you for India? If not, how can we move ahead of this curve?
So I think my focus is always to be ahead. And you will only be servicing your customers well if you are able to match up their speed or take 10 steps ahead. So for instance, even today, before coming here, I was on a call on implementation of labor codes. So although central government is still to notify the applicability of those labor codes, but I was working with our teams internally to see what can we do in next 2-3 months. So if it gets notified next year, we should be ready. So I think unless we adopt that mindset that we have to be proactive in terms of thinking, and the role today of a general counsel is to be a risk manager. We have to think from all angles, from which angle could the business be impacted, and take a correction now than to react. So reaction does not go well within the in-house legal team. They will say, why didn't you think about this ahead? And thinking ahead is the only way.
No, and also to add to Dr. Prasad, I think maybe catch up is although it may seem from a distance that colleagues are catching up with the regulations, but I think we have from Terry we have seen sea change in how risk matrices, risk management frameworks are being developed that looks into that looks into foreseeable issues which are not important today but will become important tomorrow. Two examples I think from our experience what we have seen at the beginning. Dr. Raghu was talking about how environmental impact assessment has been ever since been done, which is very, very true. And we see that there are there are concrete examples where people are actually using the EIA result. An example that we have seen for ourselves is a red category industry. This is a chloralkali industry in Puducherry, where, so this chloralkali industry, there is a high risk that the chlorine may leak, and just like Dr. Raghu was mentioning the Bhopal gas strategy, the chlorine will leak, and it can lead to a large scale disaster. The EIA study had identified that. Now, what did this innovation and the innovation that they did? They adopted a nature-based solution. In the downstream of the factory, where if there is a chlorine leak, the chlorine will flow into the into the neighboring residential areas. They have planted the leaves get in contact with chlorine. And think about it that there is biodiversity getting conserved. The neem tree, as you know, that it will provide shade. It has a long life. It acts as company who has both gigawatt scale ground mounted solar projects as well as megawatt level wind farms. For them, environmental issues are becoming business continuity issues, and they are business risks. Why? Because water availability is now becoming very important for the ground mounted solar plant, because you will need water to intermittently clean. And now, because there is a Dutch investor, now there is a stick now from the Dutch investor that why are you getting tanker water? What is the source of your water? You give me the disclosure. Now, because this is, and this then becomes a business continuity issue. Likewise, for the wind farm, so we were interacting with the board executives, and they were saying कि ये है क्या, ये bird and bat study होता क्या है? So, and why this is important, and why are we at all spending time? So then so these the sighting of some of the wind farms and how a regular reporting a bird and bat study is being done. So the organization is no more looking at this as a cost, that वो मेरे को दोबारा study करवाना है, मेरे को इतना 1000 रुपए लाखों रुपए लगेगा. So this becomes an important part of the risk management framework. And one of the board members was also asking us कि ये नाम ऐसा क्यों है, ये तो bird study बोल सकते थे. So then we told him कि साहब बैट एंड बर्ड स्टडी इसलिए बोल रहे हैं कि बैट तो मैमल है. तो बोले कि अच्छा, वो तो मैं भूल ही गया था, वो तो स्कूल में कभी पढ़ा था. So these issues are becoming real life business continuity risk issues, and this is at a like I was mentioning, this is at a supreme level like never before.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for an extremely insightful panel. And I would like to invite Dr. Darich to join us on the dais so that the felicitation ceremony can happen. And we are already discussing a very extremely important issue, which is having interlinkages with other issues that are relevant for ESG as we discuss embracing ESG in India. So, Dr. Darich, yes, thank you. So I would like to request the organizing team to felicitate Dr. Rajat Kumar for being a part of our panel and an esteemed guest. Thank you, sir, for being here. It's an honor. Dr. Akhil Prasad, thank you, sir, for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you in the panel. Dr. Divya Dutt. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It was an honor listening about some of the great initiatives taken by UNEP. Dr. Upendra Nath Malik, thank you, sir, for insightful insight into the board discussions as well. Thank you. Dr. Tata L. Raghu, for steering this panel in an interesting and an insightful direction. Thank you, sir. I would request all the panelists to join us for a group picture. Thank you. I would also like to thank all the participants and all the participants joining us in the live streaming. Thank you for being part of the National Conference on Responsible Business Conduct, Embracing ESG in India. We have another insightful panel discussion lined up. That is the high-level panel on responsible procurement supply chain challenges, which will underscore some of the key challenges being brought up regarding the MSMEs and the supply chain issues in environmental as well. Hey, just a second, sir. So just a second. Yeah. हमारे ब्रेक के बाद कितनी बजे आना है? नहीं अभी टी ब्रेक है मैम अभी स्टार्ट कर देते हैं हाँ स्टार्ट कर देते हैं एजेंडा में टी ब्रेक है हाँ बट क्रॉस द टाइम ना
in 7 minutes. Please, again, we have a very good panel. You can trust us, so please come back soon. Yeah, वो end में वो उसको अभी नहीं.
Fourth, and apologies. Third, and the crucial panel discussion on responsible procurement, supply chain challenges. Today, we aim to explore strategies for prioritizing responsible procurement, understanding its pivotal role in sustainable business practices across corporations and particularly MSMEs. Our agenda covers challenges and opportunities in adopting ethical procurement practices, compliance with new BRSR regulations, and sharing best practices for human rights and energy efficiency within supply chains. The diverse expertise we have in our panel, from corporate leaders to policymakers and ESG experts, will facilitate a robust dialogue to define key areas for policy research. Together, we seek to contribute to strengthening regulatory framework in responsible procurement, fostering a future where ethical business practices are integral. It's my privilege to introduce an illustrious panel of experts, individuals whose expertise in responsible procurement and supply chain sustainability needs no introduction. Still, I'll attempt one. It's my pleasure to introduce and thank you for being with us, ma'am. Prajakta L. Verma, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Textile, Government of India. Ma'am is a dedicated civil servant and development practitioner, focuses on community-centric issues such as sanitation, nutrition, livelihood, and rehabilitation. With over a decade of hands-on engagement, she brings valuable insights for the effective implementation of government schemes, prioritizing the needs of the marginalized sector. We have amongst us Dr. Shubha Shekhar, Director, Human and Workplace Rights, the Coca-Cola Company. Ma'am is a seasoned international professional with 20 plus years in sustainability, human rights, and CSR, specializing in sustainable agriculture, supply chain compliance, and stakeholder engagement. Currently, as the regional head for Coca-Cola's global human rights team in Eurasia, she oversees 60 plus countries addressing complex issues like modern state slavery, land rights, child labor, and agricultural supply chains. We have amongst us Dr. Visanti Srinivasan, Professor IIM Bangalore, where she specializes in organizational behavior and human resource management. Her research focuses is actually spanned across multi-generations in the workplace, women in management, ethics teaching in business schools, HRM in rapid growth organization, and ethics and CSR in MSMEs. It's a pleasure to have you, ma'am. Dr. Radha Mohan Gupta, who is a distinguished supply chain professional with over 3 decades of leadership at MSMEs such as Ricket, Pepsi, and Castrol. She possesses in-depth knowledge in procurement, manufacturing, and planning and logistics of supply chain management. He has in fact played a pivotal role in shaping the national logistics policy launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. I'd also, last but not least, like to welcome Bhaskar Venugopalan, who is the National Director of International Justice Mission India, who will also be the moderator for this panel. With a comprehensive 24 years of professional experience, Mr. Bhaskar has held pivotal roles in the corporate sector, excelling in quality, learning and development, and corporate social responsibility. Currently serving as the National Director at IICA India, he continues to bring his wealth of expertise to impactful leadership. And I've omitted to give a warm welcome to Ms. Nusrat Khan, who is Business and Human Rights National Specialist at UNDP. Ma'am is a distinguished business and human rights national specialist at UNDP, and she is a seasoned senior consultant with a robust background in the development sector, government and legal service industry. She excels in human rights, social impact assessments, project coordination, strategic partnerships, and public policy analysis and development. Thank you all. Thank you for being here, and we're looking forward to an amazing interaction on the very important topic. Over to you, Bhaskar sir. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my privilege to be here in this last panel and to be discussing a very important issue in sustainability in supply chains. I think the first session we had impact leaders speak, and I think the second session, the moderator was trying to compete with them. But I think there's a different field in which we would like to compete because we've turned the tables of diversity in this session. So we have a lot of women on this panel. So I think it's a different kind of a panel and a different space in which we excel. Now, coming to the topic of supply chains, I think just taking from what Mr. Parvatisam Kanchinathan was speaking in the morning, I think the very word supply chain is insufficient to the kind of complexities that we face today. Because gone are the days when we look at a linear relationship between a customer and a supplier, and upstream and downstream. Today, it's not a linear model anymore. It's not even a cyclic model. It's a syncretic model. The reason I'm saying that is because perhaps a software services organization may be providing services to an organization that manufactures servers or laptops. And in that sense, is a supplier of services to that organization. On the other hand, the same company may also be procuring the same laptops and servers from the other organization, which perhaps they call supplier, has now become customer. So there is a cyclic relationship, and given that businesses are diverse and we have so many such customer-supplier relationships, I sometimes feel that we have to call this a customer-supplier web rather than supply chains. So given the difficulties in even relating to suppliers, it is all the more difficult for us to push ESG practices down the supply chain. And I think that is what we're going to be trying to attempt here. So we're not trying to tell that we have all the answers, but with these esteemed guests, I think with their experience and with their rich expertise in this subject, we should be able to draw some very good lessons. So I'll go on to the first question, and I would like to invite Ms. Shubha Shekhar to share what kind of ethical sourcing practices in the supply chains is considered useful in these complex and diverse situations. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Venugopal, and also thank you to IICA School of Business Environment for inviting me for this session. It's a very special feeling here, being here, because as a practitioner who's worked 15 years in this field, I've been part of the human rights journey in India, starting from Professor Raghi coming in 2009 to NVGs to NGRBCs, and today it was really a delight, seeing the kind of level of discourse and the discussion that's clearly moved far from, the day when we started our work. So I think it's very clear. This session is where the rubber hits the road. So it's a practitioner session, what happens on the ground. And it's very, very important that businesses prioritize it. This is no longer a good to have, but it is a must have. I think during the earlier sessions, they talked about the national guidelines, and clearly the Indian regulators want businesses to adhere to all these requirements. But there's another aspect to it, that is that the regulations are coming up in the developed world. There are a number of countries with legislations which require reporting, mandatory due diligence, remediation, and with India, becoming a growing economy, very important, 5th largest with an important investment destination, increasingly a global player, Indian companies will come into the net of those legislations, and so there will be a cascading effect. So they're both sides, of this dimension. Now, what is really important is that everybody starts the journey. All businesses start the journey, irrespective of the size, irrespective of whether MNC, Indian, the complexity of supply chain. And there are a couple of things that need to be done to start this journey. The first is a policy commitment. Okay, that is the base. Without a policy commitment, no work can start. We know whether it's, even from a national point of view, the Constitution is a base document. Without that, nothing else can flow, right? So it's a very similar thing. So what does it show? So it is actually shows the company's commitment to, ethical and responsible practices. It shows leadership commitment, and it also kind of sets the framework of expectations to its suppliers and to its partners. So it's a very important base requirement. Now, the thing about human rights and being a practitioner, I think many people who are in this room will understand the minute we get a handle over some issue, there is another one that comes. It's very fast moving, right? So similarly, the policy also needs to be, needs to keep in pace with these developments. So just giving a example from Coca-Cola, we recently launched in April our refreshed human rights framework called Real Impact. Though we have had a policy from 2007 and we've been updating it, our policy predates UNGP. So when UNGPs came, we aligned with UNGPs and so on and so forth. But we felt now is the time with far changing developments with the EU, the mandatory due diligence, CSDDD, that we need to take a look. And the idea being to keep us at the vanguard of responsible business conduct, to have really due diligence at scale, because it's the end-to-end. It's very complex supply chains. You can imagine 200 countries, and you can imagine the kind of scale to make sure that we are going away from just do no harm to social impact, and also having a risk-based approach. So these are the kind of aspects that we have included in our refresh framework. The other thing is embedding these requirements into business operations. And I think people know today various discussions that business operations are very vast, very complex, multiple functions, multiple kind of work. So it's important to translate policy into action by fixing responsibility. Who is responsible? What does procurement need to do? What does, what different functions need to, kind of play a role to translate policy into action? We also, for example, have the custodians of the authorization process. So when suppliers are authorized, we need to kind of include these requirements as part of the authorization process. The third is accountability and governance. It's not sufficient to have policy processes, but you need to constantly internally check, by audits, by kind of checking, are the policies being followed in practice? So all of these, and also having a governance mechanism, internal reporting, metrics. So for example, when we started our journey, when we started doing Tier 1 auditing of our supply chain, the suppliers that we source from, we had what we call the quarterly human rights metrics that was shared internally to each operating unit by our global head of human rights. And this set off a race, a very positive race, because if an operating unit sees a number in terms of compliance, then the natural indication, like the previous moderator was trying to set off that race, so that competitive element helps in a very positive way. The fourth area is due diligence. Due diligence sits at the very heart of responsible business conduct, NGRBCs, the UNGPs, and so it is very important to have a continual method embedded in business. It's not something bolt-on, but as part and parcel of the business. And there is no one kind of due diligence tool. It's a basket of tools. It needs to be flexible to understand the variation supply chains, the complexities of countries, and a lot of other nuances. So there needs to be Tier 1 auditing, there needs to be deeper sub-tier due diligence, there needs to be certifications. I mean, all of these aspects are important to put in those kind of controls to kind of do risk management. And then, so we are also as a company looking at technological solutions, because how do you have cost-effective, scalable models of due diligence? Because if you have to send teams, that is going to be absolutely frightfully expensive, with several $100,000 if you have to get, really internationally accredited, research teams to do your due diligence. So we have piloted this in the Gulf, and we, in a very complex issue called the modern slavery, end-to-end, we found very positive results. So we're really looking at how do we get learnings from that and try and start testing it in other kinds of supply chains. And then one or two other points, and then I'll hand it over back to you, is very important capacity building. It is important to set up our supplies and supply chain constituents for success. And not only external constituents, but also our internal teams, our leadership teams, our cross-functional teams, so that if the success of a program is really, if the last mile, managers are able to wear the human rights lens, because you don't know where risk comes from. There is nothing written that a risk can come only from a particular place. So that is extremely important. And then last but not the least is really do a salient human rights risk mapping, because risks are thousands, but it depends on your kind of business, your model of operation, and so technology companies have one kinds of risk. If it's a brick and mortar kind of manufacturing, FMCG has certain other kinds of risk. So it's very important to have this kind of salient human rights risk done and focus your efforts, whether it's ethical sourcing, whether it's other kinds of responsible business conduct on these kind of risks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I have a follow-up question because this was raised in the previous session as well, and then you touched upon it on capacity building and knowledge sharing.
Yeah.
Would you be able to throw some light on the importance of knowledge sharing when it comes to ESG? Not just with your suppliers, but with also other organizations. So is there anything that you would like to suggest, or based on your experience, have there been situations where you've shared your best practices or oriented others, not just suppliers, but other organizations as well?
Right, absolutely. So, you know, we as a global brand, we are part of a number of such industry bodies, part of multi-stakeholder platforms, and this has really helped us in our growth. So these kind of bodies, for example, it's not just capacity building, but there are so many other things that they're able to do. First, it's give a safe space for discussing issues and trying to find a solve. Second is there could be gaps. So how do these companies or multi-stakeholders come together and address gaps? Like, for example, modern slavery, there is the employer pays principle, which, we were part of the leadership group on responsible recruitment, and we kind of were the first couple of companies who, expounded that and supported that. Other things is, there are some bodies, like, for example, government, UN agencies or industry bodies who have convening abilities, like today's forum, for example, demonstrates that. So they are, it'll be very helpful to have such organizations put together partnerships. So, for example, to give an recent example, the ILO Child Labor Platform was able to, we are all members of it, companies like Coca-Cola, Nestle, and there are all several other governments are also part of it. In fact, Telangana government representative was there recently in Geneva, where we had met. And we have recently launched a 10 million euro coffee project in 3 countries, where it is a large number of ecosystem players who've come together. So, this kind of convening ability is again something which can be done. And then apart from that, also about capacity building in sub-tier, or even capacity building where there's lack of leverage. So, recently, for example, we are part of AIM Progress, which is a group of 40 top FMCG companies, where Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Nestle, a number of brands, and we had 8 brands together on 5th of December in India, where we called our joint suppliers and we held a forum. So that's a very powerful message. Instead of each one of us going, and just talking to our suppliers, we get all of them. Some of them could be common suppliers, where the message gets amplified and the importance of the work gets very clearly communicated. So these are all the kind of opportunities that such forums, such bodies present to really drive the work and to move the needle.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I have my next question to Dr. Radha Mohan. And given these challenges that we've spoken about, most of the suppliers are either MSMEs or small organizations. So in your opinion, what kind of challenges do they face when ESG practices are expected from them? So it would be helpful if you can throw some light on that, sir.
Thank you. And before I start, I think I would like to thank IICA for inviting me over here. And this panel seems to be very special, because if I say ESG, then, and I exclude Mr. Bhaskar, he being the moderator, then I'm the solo. That S is solo for me in that ESG, right? Solo male over here. Second thing, that S also stands for supply chain, right? So it's a fantastic opportunity for me to talk over here. And then, having talked about supply chain enough, certainly the supply chains are complex. However, I say that in Bharat it is even more complex, because we see this country, Bharat, as or I see generally, and I keep saying it, it's a logistical puzzle, with you transporting around 70 million tons of goods of various kind from snow-cladded Himalayas to the sun-soaked beaches of Indian Ocean, all throughout in a single day. And so many big road network of 5 million kilometers, etc., etc. So certainly it is very complex. having said that, because moderator has asked me to be specific to suppliers, right, I'll keep it to that. I'll share with you one experience before I come to the point. I was in a conference and there were almost 150 MSMEs attending that. And I was talking to them on Industry 5.0. All of you are aware of Industry 5.0, right? And I said to them, because I could sense, I told them, in this graph, in this journey of Industry 2.0 or 1.0 to 5.0, where are you? Just put your finger. There was no response. And obviously there was no response. You could understand it. And then I said, okay, you don't have to say. You write it down in your notebook. Put your hand on your heart and write it down that where are you? Just on your industry, on your company, right? And I'm telling you, I didn't even go through that paper. We could have been MSME, very specifically, could have been somewhere at 2.0 or 3.0. And we are talking about 5.0 as of now, right? And that's the point I want to bring in over here, right? Even on sustainability, right? I would say, because I go across globe and across India, that good part is that there is an awareness. That's a good part. People know about this. But who is doing how much is a big question. So the suppliers, right, who are the MSMEs, they have number of challenges. Number one is they have a mindset that if they implement these practices, the capital expenditure is very high, initial one, right? And which is correct as well, right? Might be. Now, that's one of the things, and they see it as a cost, not as an investment. And that's where you need to change this thinking that it's an investment which you are going to do. That's number one challenge which they face. Number two is in terms of the access to technology. There are multiple technologies which are available, but they are not having access to them because of various, again, they are resistance to change, mindset, there is no initiative from their side, and then they go slow on that one. That's the second one, that the access to technology. Number three is in terms of the financial availability for that. These kind of initiative might require some of them initial investment, and you might not have that financial availability to them initially, and that's where they also face the challenge. Coming to the fourth one is the skill gaps. I think over a period of time, the skills which have got developed for these kind of new technologies, as well as of the new concepts coming. I think even in sustainability, like consumer is changing, market is changing, and the sustainability concepts are also advancing. They are not at the basic level. So at what level they are into their understanding on sustainability are also some of the issues with which these suppliers are facing, in my opinion. So I would rather say that there is a need that while, there is and I urge all the big MNCs sitting here as well, and somewhere here, that it's not only that you are doing it. It's like the entire chain need to be brought into the mainstream, where your entire value chain, up and down is doing those sustainability initiative. They are taking those sustainability initiative. It's responsibility of each one of us to include them, educate them, and help them in one or other way that they become into the mainstream. Mind you, 30% of this country's GDP comes from MSME. 42% of exports are happening from MSMEs. 40% of the labor force is with MSMEs, right? You can't claim your victory, or one particular company can't claim the victory unless you uplift them as well along with you. So that's what I'll say. There are multiple challenges. They can be overcome, but it's the need of the hour to do some of the initiative and then upgrade them, update them, and take them along with you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. I think it's a very clear message that there's a lot to be done, and I think suppliers should be treated as partners who bring value, and that's the only way forward. My next question is to Ms. Nusrat. Can you throw some light on the correlation between human rights violation and the business imperative, how it impacts businesses, especially from the small industries? So if you have any experiences or any such anecdotes to share, that will be helpful.
Sure. Thanks, Bhaskar. And first of all, thank you to IICA for inviting me for this conference. I think I'm looking forward to this annual event. It'll provide a great platform for conversations around responsible business conduct and perhaps also sort of evolve our understanding as an Indian audience to sort of make our businesses competitive on a global platform. To answer your question, of course, I mean, I did structure it basis the question that I had, but I'll answer the business imperative as well. But on the obvious point, of course, human rights violations and supply chain realities are very closely linked. Given, I mean, supply chains and value chains, upstream, downstream, all of it, they are highly, highly complex. And I think that the audience here understands that better than I do, given my profession and theirs. Many of these supply chains, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, are extremely opaque. Also the working conditions are extremely precarious and hence are very susceptible to human rights violations. What these human rights violations may be, and the reason I spell it out, I will explain in a minute, is these could be labor issues related to the kind of working conditions, the workers that actually Sir just mentioned, that the MSMEs have such a huge labor force. Along with empowering them and uplifting them, it's also very, very important to make sure that we do no harm or we don't violate their rights as human beings. And of course, that relates to the kind of contracts that we offer to them, the kind of wage that is being paid, whether it's a living wage or a minimum wage as a statutory applicable in India. Is there child labor? Is there forced labor? Is there trafficking? When I speak with businesses, I realize that in certain sectors, trafficking is a huge issue. So, of course, when supply chains are so interlinked, and like you said, they're not linear, it becomes an environment where violations could happen very easily if the business, both large and the smaller enterprise, are not mindful of their impact on the community or in the ecosystem in which they're operating. Of course, there are huge impacts as far as environmental concerns are also concerned, and of course, that has become a much more front and center conversation in today's time. COP28 happening, the climate conversations happening. So I think there are a lot of violations of environmental harms which also have an impact on our human rights. Also, I think because the question is also related to India and the global south and South Asia, as India, if I may say, we want to be the manufacturing hub of the world. I mean, that is the vision that has been set out by the government. And given that vision, a lot of the supply chains will increasingly emanate from our country, which is a great opportunity as far as the growth story is concerned, but it also then becomes very important to make sure that we have this growth story laid out in a sustainable way, where we take everybody along and leave no one behind, as the SDGs or the Sustainable Development Goals set out. So I think that becomes really, really important. Of course, global supply chains is one conversation, and in my opinion, it is a much more evolved conversation because there is now increasing international scrutiny on global supply chains with regulations coming out of Europe, Australia, US, etc. I think domestic supply chains, and in a country like India where domestic consumption is humongous, I think there needs to be much more mindfulness and scrutiny on sustainability within our own domestic supply chains. And I think there, again, there is a huge opportunity for the government to sort of build a legislative framework which directly speaks to the concerns which may occur, and perhaps also sort of mitigate this risk as far as the growth story is concerned. Because, I mean, we do have the vision of being the $5 trillion economy. As far as the business imperative is concerned, I mean, other than the fact, I mean, of course, human rights violations, in my opinion, do not require a business case. I think there is a strong moral argument for not violating another person's right. But of course, from a business lens, there are strong arguments from a legal risk perspective. Like I said, there are multiple regulations coming across the world now asking for increased scrutiny on how businesses are impacting human rights, environment, climate, digital rights, etc. In fact, I was just reading this morning a political consensus has been reached with respect to the EU sustainability directive. And as far as the law is concerned, it would have heavy scrutiny on how global supply chain and also the EU companies operate vis-a-vis climate risks, as well as what is the role of financial institutions. And that's a new, I mean, it's not a new, but another dimension of business responsibility from finance perspective as well. So there is a huge legal risk management case which businesses must cater to ensure their own business continuity, like the speaker in the previous session mentioned, and just long-term value creation. You want to be a business which is not riddled with legal risks and legal suits. Of course, there are multiple examples of these across the world where multiple companies have been fighting litigation in different jurisdictions on violations of human rights of different communities. Of course, there's the social license, which also sort of becomes strong as far as consumer interest is concerned. There is increased consumer scrutiny. Consumers now want to know, and especially the young consumer, there is a certain understanding evolving amongst them about what the products that they use, how are they being produced? Are they, I mean, is child labor involved, or is it polluting a certain river or a water body? So I think the consumer case, consumer awareness case, backed with a lot of civil society dialogue on the subject, and also governments realizing that it is in their interest of economic growth that sustainability should be taken seriously. And I think finally, the whole argument on doing business and creating business models that are good for the people and the planet, because we all know that we are sort of racing against time as far as a lot of the climate crisis is concerned, which is very closely linked to the human rights crisis. And I think to be able to keep that under check and survive as human race, I think there's a certain, the business model of businesses needs a certain shift in an overall way to embed sustainability at its very foundational level. Yeah, I think that I would say is the business case.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now move to Srimati Prajakta Verma, and based on all that has been discussed, especially with the textile sector, what are the kind of initiatives that the government is taking in order to help the small organizations, especially in the supply chain of the textile sector? If you can throw some light on that, please.
So I am thankful to IICA for this invite and this participation with a very distinguished panel on the very important subject of responsible procurement. I suppose procurement is a very important indicator of how decisions are being taken. And the decisions which not just benefit the organization, but also the society with the minimum impact on environment. These decisions, I think, are reflected to the way we are procuring. So I would say that not just textile sector, but as Government of India as a whole, a very important step in this direction was the GEM portal, which was launched a few years back, and it has grown stronger. And we have created a digital space for public procurement. Of course, unlike the EU regulations where there is a green public procurement policy in place, we don't have an overarching umbrella law for public procurement. But I would like to say that definitely we have, as we all are aware about the public procurement from MSMEs, where now it is mandated that 25% of the procurement will be, the annual procurement targets, out of that 25% will be from the MSME sector, out of which 3% is for the women-led MSMEs. So it is a very statutory provision, and in fact, we are monitored. For example, we have PSUs, we have statutory boards, autonomous bodies, and just as Shubha mentioned, that a particular MIS and a particular compliance indicator on which you are monitored definitely sets the tone for its compliance more effectively. So I remember that in most of my upward reporting, the compliance regarding any pending dues for MSMEs is monitored very strongly. And it is something that we all hold it very sacred that on this point, the entire government machinery is complying and complying effectively. So I would say that has been a very important progress in this field. Okay, now coming to the textile sector, I would say that there are a few challenges. And in this context, I would say that there are our handloom and handicraft artisans who are provided pehchan cards and a slew of benefits, and they are into our network of exhibitions, of coming together and displaying their products and selling them. But in terms of, there's a lot of potential, I would say, for those MSMEs or those women-led startups also, who actually create a lot of upcycle products from waste, which needs to be brought into the fold of the public procurement. In fact, we are working very closely with GEM to try and see how we can get them onboarded. But there are certain challenges like, lack of standards. How do you actually ensure that they don't get delisted once they are, into the system? How do we ensure that there is mass procurement of slow production? These are some of the challenges that we are facing. But given the immense potential of recycled and upcycled products coming into the government for especially textile products, which is a growing field of innovation and entrepreneurship and livelihood also, I would say, women-led growth, we are very keen to bring them into our public procurement fold. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for briefing us on all the initiatives, especially in the textile sector. My last question will be to Professor Vasanthi. And we just heard about the challenges the small organizations face, both financial and resource constraints. What would be your suggestions for an ecosystem where they can overcome these hurdles? Of course, supported by the large organizations.
Sure. Thanks, Bhaskar, and Garima and IICA, thank you very much. I think it's a dream that's been made into a reality. Yeah, Ravi, Garima, thanks. I'm going to actually draw upon two of my hats, because I think the panel has just beautifully brought out the implementation related issues. So what I'm going to do is, I've always been a little bit of an outsider, insider perspective. So I'm going to use two of the perspectives, that is, as a professor at IIM Bangalore who does capacity building for MSMEs and my experiences there, along with the fact that since this morning and even otherwise, the rhetoric from big companies is somehow that they are paragons of virtue, clean people, yeah? Absolutely, all the mess is in the supply chain. And really, come on, grow up, yeah? So I'm quite kind of, you must look at the analysis of the 1,000 BRRs, shame on corporate India. Shame, absolutely. Such clean entities, yeah? And all the tainting happening outside. I think there's a fundamental problem in the way business is structured. So I'm sorry, I will come very strongly on this, but as an academic, I think that's the only freedom that we have, to be able to say what we think. So the first part of it is that, does corporate India have enormous responsibility to be able to manage supply chains? And I don't call it fix, because right now they are fixing supply chain. Do they have to manage? Yes, they do, okay? So that's the first point, and I want to park there. The second point I want to leave is, forget about SMEs. I'm not even going to have them in the conversation. mid-sized companies is all that we are going to touch, because that's where corporate India is actually going to touch reality. Yeah? Tier 1, Tier 2, okay? They haven't even gone to Tier 1 yet. Forget about coming to Tier 2 and Tier 3. Tier 5 is where child labor is. They won't even know where it exists, okay? So forget it. So my suggestion is stick with Tier 1. If you can do a good job in Tier 1, wow, corporate India, 5 years from now, salute to you, okay? If you can make that happen, that's all. Don't do good to anybody. The world does not need you. It existed before you. It will exist after you. Just do good to yourself. The third piece is most important, which is capacity building. I am totally with each one of them, right? You can see the pain from the grassroots, that there is an issue about capacity. So let's now deconstruct this capacity building. And I'm going to talk at a management level and then go down to, I do not want to use ESG. It's a contaminated word. Responsible business conduct. That is why it is NGRBC. ESG is by investors for investors. Let's grow up. Okay? So, I mean, so let's just look at this. So there is management capability. If you don't have management capability, where will you have responsible management capability? Today, Indian MSME, which is really the fulcrum and driver of India's growth for 2050, requires urgent and serious capacity building in management. 2 levels of management building, and whatever I'm saying, Bhaskar, is equally applicable in the context of responsible business. The first, entrepreneur capability building. You must remember that many of these entrepreneurs are family businesses. Even more important, they were trading houses. How do traders think? Paisa. Yeah, which is the nature of the trade. So if you have a trade mindset, it's a money mindset. Whereas if you are a manufacturing mindset, it's an investment mindset. That I will invest today and I will reap rewards later. It's not like buying from somebody and selling somewhere, making money and passing. Their working capital management is very important. So the mindset of the average entrepreneur is on working capital management, which is a challenge. I don't take away that. But the mindset is not a growth mindset. Yeah? So at an entrepreneur level, my grandfather's done it, and of course it does not help the fact that you should see the pain with which I have 7th generation jewelers, 8th generation masala producers in the classroom who can't innovate because their great-great-grandfather will be turning in the grave, okay? So there are obviously all these cultural mindset which we have to combat, but that is much lesser, yeah, the problem. Second one is enterprise capability building, and I want to pick on 2-3 ideas that they said. First one, what does it take to formalize an informal organization? I think all of us sitting here are trying to grapple with that. How do you formalize something that is inherently informal, and that informal has worked for so long, now does not work because the changed context? Yeah? I think 3-4 things which are needed, whether it is responsible business, whether it is plain thinking about how to scale for 2050, for whatever 5 trillion or whatever India. I think the first one is this whole idea of how can we make it easy for them to absorb structures, right? From processes, systems that are needed so that the consumer will ask for verification, therefore transparency, therefore barcoding. I mean, if you teach them barcoding, are they not going to use it? Of course they are going to use it because there's money in it. So I think just that whole mindset that by becoming more efficient, integrating responsible business, traceability. I believe anybody would want to do traceability if you could just show them how to do it, the process. So for me, that I think we are not talking enough about it. Yeah? The second area that I think we are not talking enough is intent. But what is the intent of a family business? I'll tell you often in my conversations with families, I truly do believe, like the rest of the world, that they have vision. But their vision is for the family. How do you translate purpose, legacy, and vision of the family into purpose, legacy, and vision for a larger system? Brand, reputation. It's easy to talk to a family entrepreneur than it is to talk to a corporate business, because there you're using the language of risk. Here you're using the language of legacy. It's a little bit like talking of compliance and wanting commitment. Yeah? So to my mind, these are little things, just need to be done systematically to build the mid-sized company ecosystem, automatically the spillover will happen. The last one, again, another politically incorrect thing to say, I don't know why large companies can't just manufacture everything till the end of the chain. Because look at the way their contracts are structured. It is to squeeze margins. Where will you squeeze? Nusrat, for the next 20 years or 50 years, you have job, yeah. For the simple reason that you can only squeeze in converting a fixed cost into a variable cost. Which one will allow only labor? So let us not even beat around the bush. The fact is, the system of that kind will need contracts that are collaborative, enabling partnership contracts. When will you partner? Only when I see value. Not if I have 17 suppliers and I can substitute one for the other. So there's a long way to go. Yeah? Sorry to sound so pessimistic in a way, but I'm not. Yeah? The fact is that we need to do all of those to fix this. Over to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that was a very honest response from you. Thank you so much for enlightening us. Due to paucity of time, we may take 2 questions from the audience. So if anyone has a question for the panel, please, the mics will be circulated. Yes, sir. Can someone hand over a mic, please? Thank you.
Good evening, and very nice to listen to all of you. My name is Shiv Rao. I'm the founder of 3R Zero Waste. And Prajakta ma'am, we have been chatting in LinkedIn. It's nice to meet you. I'll meet you after this. So my question is, I'm an MSME. So after 20 years working abroad, I came back to India in 2020 and set up a recycling company. So I want to raise, MSME real, what is happening. If I go to a GEM portal, till now, I'm not able to properly register. I'm a BTech in computer science, very well educated, as decently as anybody could do, and I'm not able to register GEM portal. If I go to any other, PSU, public procurement policies, even though I'm very well versed with the policy, till today I couldn't crack. Maybe again, maybe competitive, it is fair enough, but it is still very challenging. Every state has its own policy, every PSU has its own policies. Some of the PSUs, as ma'am said, 25% MSME, but if you see the best Navratna companies, they might have achieved 6% to 10%. So how do we expect India to grow when an educated person like me is not able to crack? My farmer brother in a rural India, Rewari, how would he be able to bid? He will never be able to bid. If we are wanting India to grow, we have to ease, as ma'am said, certain things which we say, it's so easy to pay today. If that could be easy, the contracts could be very easy as well. So my question is, how India is going to tackle this, and how are we going to move ahead in the next decade towards the future India? Thank you.
So I'll leave it open to the panelists. Would anyone like to respond?
I can take one response. One response for me is that I personally think that the entrepreneurship ecosystem in India is just evolving, and there's not as much pressure from the entrepreneurial community still to ease some of those. Like see, a GST or an IT, we were able to do it. How come, right? We were able to do it because so much of consumer pressure over several years. I'm hoping that won't happen for you. But the fact of the matter is, I think now with the government talking about all the startup, stand up, grow India and all, my sense is that you might find that pressure and that easing off a little bit better. Because if you remember the Telangana gentleman in the previous panel, I think Raghu's panel, he mentioned that they have days that they give on which they are actually held accountable. Yeah? I expect that that will be the direction, because whatever we have also tracked, Telangana has been very proactive even among the southern states. Okay? Tamil Nadu also, I have seen that format, which says in so many days you will get the license. Okay? I have a feeling that the pressure from the entrepreneurial associations and communities is not as much building up as quickly, and I hope that it happens more quickly. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to just build up on what Vasanthi ma'am has mentioned. So my observation is that I wouldn't take the very traditional response that GEM is not, it's a Ministry of Commerce initiative. I would not say that. I have seen, when I'm talking with the upcyclers and I'm talking to these women startups who are already registered and they have really got delisted, and now they do tell me about these problems. And one way of uh, trying to resolve them is collective strength. And I would say that I interact with a lot of associations, industry associations. The MSME voice needs to be a much more collectively presented also. I think that, in fact, I was talking to the GEM additional CEO, and I was telling him about how we need to do really very robust capacity building, training sessions for these women groups to understand how to, because it's not that they're not educated, it's not that they don't understand e-commerce. But in spite of that, there are such technical glitches, there are regular issues that, there has to be continuous hand-holding. So this sort of mechanism of help desk, grievance, wrestle is necessary. And secondly, I would say is that more collective voice by the associations, where the MSME voice is heard to a large extent, vis-a-vis, bigger houses expressing themselves more easily, is, I think, a very important gap that needs to be also filled up. Because you individually would not really be able to reach out as much as I would use LinkedIn, I would use social media, but that doesn't really solve the technical glitches that you are facing. It requires actually a real black and white, discussion on the pain points, and that will only happen when, as a collective, we are able to address some of these issues and create enough pressure for this. Thank you.
Just to add on here very quickly is also that, yes, there are some of the actions being taken by the government, like ease of doing business, right? There is a rating available for the various states. However, the issue remains that are we learning out of those reports, or those are only the ranking published? Are we taking action? If there is somebody, let's say Gujarat is on number 1, what they are doing and what I need to copy or borrow with pride and then do into other state. No need to reinvent the wheel always. It's borrow with pride and then implement in your state. I think the action out of those reports is pending, and that is an action point. And then certainly that's how I'm saying, some of the initiatives by governments are super. Let's give them a credit. However, the implementation and the follow-up is totally lacking. And that's where we need to, put the action into next some of the years if we have to make it very easy for all the entrepreneurs as well as for the MSMEs. My 2 cents.
Thank you, sir. This will be the last question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, I'm Alka Tomar. And I might have missed the discussion. I was outside, but just wanted to ask just to build my understanding about sustainable supply chain. This is what we're talking about, responsible supply chain, sustainable supply chain. But obviously there's a series of challenges, the capacities, all that, but funds, the financial part of it, who takes care of it? And then how the customers are going to be paying at the end of the chain. Because if small industries, they're going to be sustainable, then where the money coming from and who is paying for it is, I think, skilling is one part, but I think this becomes an end of the day issue that my bill and for the services that I'm taking, because it's sustainable, is going to be increased. As somebody said in the panel earlier, that 5-star rating and 3-star rating, I'll prefer to go for 3-star because of the cost. Then what will happen to, the sustainability aspect of it? And then we're talking about the diversity for the country that we are. Then how do we really reach out to all the suppliers we're talking about?
So my apologies, I have to leave because I have a flight and, the sessions got a bit late. So sorry to interrupt.
Thank you for an insightful panel, and I think that would be the last panel for the day, and I would request ma'am to give the memento to Prajakta ma'am, please, organizing team, please get the mementos, please.
I think we can take the response one-on-one. I think there's a positive time. Last session. Okay.
Thank you. I don't want to stop. Come in the way. Sorry about it.
Just responding, and I think it's a very valid question, and this is something that I was talking to someone else also the other day. Yes, it's going to cost money. Let's not kid ourselves. This whole sustainability, which is important and something that we can't avoid to survive, like I said, it's going to cost money. I think, and I think there is no easy answer, but I think the general consensus now that's building is that cost will have to be distributed across the value chain. So me as a consumer, I will have to pay some part of it. The larger companies will have to take in some of it. The investors, I mean, from a capital perspective also, there needs to be that awareness. And of course, enterprises, MSMEs will also have to bear some of that burden. But yes, it's not fair for one entity to take that hit, so to speak. So I think, yes, it will definitely have to be spread across the entire value chain.
I think garments, I think there is some interesting example from there where they did a gain sharing. I can't remember, I think one of these entities had done, which is having introduced a process, the gains that came out of it were shared by the, the buyer and the MSME. Correct. So those funding models, I think, will have to scale more if we have to build that system. Correct.
Also, I would like to say that when we say that the cost is lesser, it's because we have not really built in the environmental costs. None of our models of costing really are able to capture the damage that is done to the biodiversity, and hence we find it cheaper. So, I mean, what is cheaper is also something because it's not really captured or it's not factored in. And I would also say, secondly, that this is largely, this point about who will share the cost assumes that there's always going to be a rise. But we have examples and we see that, even simple process efficiency, simple housekeeping, simple innovative practices at the shop floor, no IEMs and no major procurement, but just simple, like just as we keep our house in order. So similarly, when we do all these resource efficient practices and we take these small decisions and we imbibe habits which lead to more efficiency, it doesn't require money to imbibe good habits. Just like we get up in the morning and make our own bed, vis-a-vis we keep our bed messy, right? So it's not even having a cost, it's just a way of operating. So even simple ways of operating can also lead to a lot of resource efficiency and lead to reduction in the cost. That's what I want to say. And secondly, I think that since environmental cost is not factored in, that doesn't mean that a product is cheap.
Just to add here, the last one is that also you'll see that it's generally the business pressure or the market equilibrium which drives the pressure back, right? Now, what happens is when the costs are going up because of this sustainability, etc., there will be a pressure back to everyone, and that's how you will see people innovating and bringing in the efficiencies. And it's a vicious circle which goes on. Innovate more, and finally, what happens over a period of time? Initially, there is a investment. Over a period of time, you will find that costs are certainly not in every case are going up. There might be a reverse case as well. So this is a back pressure which pushes you to do more innovation. So I would rather say it's a positive back pressure. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we'll stop here. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Madam Garma to felicitate Madam Prajakta L. Verma with a token of respect that we have. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. It was a pleasure to be having your presence in our event. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Radhar Mohan Gupta, sir. Thank you for being here, sir. It was a pleasure. Ms. Subhash Shekhar. Okay, sorry. Dr. Vasanti Srinivasan, ma'am. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Bhaskar Venugopalan, sir. Thank you for moderating the panel so beautifully. Ms. Nusrat Khan, thank you for being here, ma'am. A big round of applause, please. Last but not the least. Thank you. I'd request the panelists to have join ma'am for a group picture, just for a memory's sake. Okay. Kindly, Nikhil, please come here. Join us on the dais, please. Nikhil Singh from Team School of Business Environment. Yeah, Tejasvi, I think it is settled. Thank you. You can come back. We have Nikhil on the dais, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, the delegates, for being with us throughout the day, and your patience and your attention has been able to make this day a very eventful and a very successful event. We look forward to your participation tomorrow as we start and we rejoin at 9 o'clock sharp with the registration starting at 8:30. We have the panel, high-level panel on sustainable finance tomorrow, with some of the dignitaries joining us to make it a success. So yes, important. What I was speaking was not important.
No, very important, very important. So hers was more important. Less important thing is, but critical is, that you have to be here tomorrow at 8:45. 9 o'clock we start. Again, as you can see the agenda, with a very high profile panelists. So please be on time. Let's not disappoint them. Yeah, thank you.
Please join us for tea. There's high tea scheduled. Thank you. Good night.